Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Week 5 is about to begin in earnest, and I can promise you one thing. You can sit back, you can relax, get off the back of the sofa, and enjoy all of the sporting action we've got for you from the live lounge this week. And we're going to be watching all of the action this week in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. Matt, what a group we got this week. For the first time ever in Super Series history, we're actually going to have two champions going up against each other after they've won the title.
In the very first game as well. And I think that just really sets the tone for what we're going to get this week. And there's so many stories just in this group alone that we're going to see unfold as the campaign goes. But I think we're going to strap ourselves in for one of the best weeks we've had here at the Super Series.
Yeah, this could be real good fun over the next 6 days. But on Saturday, it was Jimmy Van Schie that booked his return to Champions Week, beating Richie Burnett in a last leg decider in the final. Jimmy's becoming, more and more we see him here, a specialist in this competition.
I think he's just getting better as a dart player in general. I actually had a chat with Jimmy Van Schie over in Switzerland about 2 months ago, and I said to him, and I was blunt with the conversation, I said, you know, when I met you a couple of years ago, you was rubbish. And I was blunt with it, and he goes, I was. He goes, I was terrible, and he did everything wrong, is what he said. He likes a night out, he likes the techno music, and he liked to drink in the evenings. Now he's taking it seriously, and it's paying dividends straight away. He's getting to bed at the right time, he's doing the right things, he's getting results, not just here. He's lifting trophies out on that WDF circuit, he's lifting trophies on the ADC, and I think this is a guy who's going to be one of the big favourites next year to pick up a tour card. I think he's someone we've got to enjoy at the moment because he's on a massive upwards curve.
And just the way that he plays the game, he plays it in such, it's almost a breath of fresh air in the fact that he really enjoys it. Saturday nights in front of a crowd, he gets them going. He just enjoys and embraces everything that comes of his career.
Well, you can't take the party boy out of him, can you?
No.
That's always going to be in him. And what he's done, though, is he's learnt a way to manage that. He's learnt that way to be able to find success on the dartboard and still enjoy that. And now what he's doing it in front of a crowd. He's doing it in front of people that want to come and see him now, people that want to see him play darts. And he relishes that opportunity. We're going to see him at the end of the year as well, where he's already guaranteed or pretty much got himself into Lakeside. And I think he's going to really light up that event. And again, you've got to say, he'll be one of the favourites for that tournament.
Could play Matthew Edgar in round 1 of that particular tournament. Right, let's get into this week's action then. Now, this is a list of players that are involved this week. You may see there is a change in Group B. Kevin Painter has withdrawn from week 5, and he's going to be replaced by Craig Galliardo, the Gibraltar star, who played really well at the World Cup of Darts in Frankfurt a few days ago. And actually, Gibraltar will now become the 34th nation to be represented here. And I'm looking forward to seeing Craig in action because the two Gibraltarian lads, they've been getting better as the years have gone along.
Absolutely, and something like this is probably what's missing from them at the moment in regards to that next step and that next bit of their journey. And we're going to see a little bit of exposure out there, and we're going to see what he's able to do. And I think he's someone who's really going to rise to the occasion, as we've seen recently at the World Cup of Darts.
Yeah, we'll see him in action on Thursday night, but this morning's action in Group A is all about two champions jousting it out, Scott Taylor and Jim McEwan, in a field which also features perennial winner Neil Duff as well. Let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about the action this morning. These are the odds for Group A, and Scott Taylor goes off the 11-10 favour, and I just get the feeling with Scott that in whatever week he is, with whatever players he's in with, he's always going to be that bookmaker's favourite. That's the reputation he's harnessed here.
Scott Taylor is a very good player, but that's overestimating the ability, I think. Scott Taylor, he's a winner here. We know what he can do. But we're not talking about a serial winner who's dominated this sort of level of darts. Someone who goes out on the Challenge Tour and wins on a regular basis. We're not talking about that sort of player here with Scott Taylor. And yes, very, very good. Absolutely. I agree he should be favourite, but maybe not so much a favourite as he is here. We know Neil Duff wins regular here. We've seen Jim McEwan win regular. And we've got a recent tour card holder here in Brian Raman, who is coming back to form as well. So we've got some real good arguments against Scott Taylor here. And I would just heed on a little bit of caution for people that sort of like jumping on strong favourites.
I just want to quickly talk about Brian before we go into our first game, because you've been going around the circuit with him a lot recently. What's the kind of form guide? What's the kind of signals around him coming out like?
In and out, erratic, a bit of both. I mean, the thing is, he was a PDC tour card holder. He got that after being WDF #1. So he had 3 to 4 years of very good solid darts at a very high level. But he did need surgery on the shoulder. He had that. He's still in that sort of recovery state, I feel now. People won't say they are, but maybe mentally he is rather than physically. Maybe physically he's okay, but mentally he feels like maybe 3 years ago I'd have done this. Maybe 3 years ago I wouldn't fear this situation. And one thing we are seeing, though, is moments and flashes, and it's when they come at the moment. When does that real Brian Raman turn up, and when does he play his best darts? Because if he does that against a Scott Taylor, that's where it could upset the apple cart.
Well, Brian Raman's going to be in action later on this morning. He's priced at 7-1 with the bookies, and if you're going to have a flutter on the action today, it is 18 plus and begambleaware.org. Right, into our first game of the morning session. It sees two former champions go toe-to-toe as Scott Taylor faces off against Jim McEwan. McEwan won Series 5 back in November last year, while Scott Taylor is playing here for the first time since losing his Series 6 crown. Two former champions going toe-to-toe. It's some way to kickstart the week. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Scott Taylor. Scott, back for another tilt here at the Super Series. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I've not really been playing too much, but it's a tough group, so I know I'm going to have to play well to get through. But I'm looking forward to see how they go, yeah.
You're the type of player, though, when you're in a group like this, you find a way of raising your game. Is that going to be the key to this week?
Well, I hope I can find something, because if not, I'll be going home early. So, yeah, I definitely need to find something.
First time you've not been here as defending champion. Does that almost free yourself a little bit?
I'll just carry on like normal, just see how they go on the day and play the next player in front of you.
So you haven't been playing much, but the actual darts you have been playing, how have you felt they have gone recently?
Yeah, they've been going all right. Not excellent, but not too bad either. So we'll see how they go this week.
When you come here and you play here, is the expectation now for you it has to be a Saturday night, it has to be a final? It's at the top end now because
yeah, it always has been. It's always been the goal since the first time I came here, and luckily I've been able to make it every time. So hopefully I'll make it another time.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Scott.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Top man.
James got out the match and the Modus Super Series champion. Game, shot, and the match, and the Modus Super Series champion.
And so, a first ever meeting between two players after they've won their particular titles takes place here and now in the main series. Scott Taylor up against Jim McEwan. It's some way to kickstart the week. McEwan picking up the title back in Series 5, beating Moreno Michels to lift the then £20,000 jackpot. Whilst for Scott Taylor, he beat Tom Sykes in the final. And what a week that was. So, Scott Taylor, first time back here as not the defending champion, the 32-year-old from Bolton. Maybe can play with a little bit more freedom, although he doesn't really play with the shackles on anyway, really, does he? Up against McEwan, the Series 5 champion, 57 years of age from Maybole in Scotland, has said that he's taken a little bit of a break from the sport since his last appearance here, but he's hoping that actually that time away will do him the world of good ahead of this week's stint at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This should be a bit of a cracker to kickstart proceedings. Paul Hinks is your referee in charge of the action, and alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in the commentary box. From one legend, Paul Hinks, to another legend, in Matthew Edgar. Good morning.
First leg,
I'm a legend in my own house, am I, these days? But looking forward to this. What a way to start the week. Two players that have heard those words, Game Shot and the Modus Super Series champion.
60.
But it is that early morning and the early part of the group, and both players know what it takes to get through these groups, knows what it takes to get to Saturday, knows what it takes to win on a Saturday.
96.
And you just feel that they'll both be very well aware that this could actually be quite an important fixture if they're both going to be up there at the back end of this group
45.
come Wednesday. But it's interesting to hear from both players, and they're talking about the fact that they haven't really been playing much as of late, which I kind of find a bit surprising, because for players of the quality of Jim McEwan and Scott Taylor, this
62.
is the time of year that you should really be coming to live, that you should be putting more time in rather than less.
Is it fair to say the calendar and the diary
60.
of an amateur player is a little bit different to those on the PDC Pro Circuit, where it's kind of these months we need to get things done, get up the Challenge Tournament, Dev Tour if you're that way inclined in terms of being at that age, and getting yourself up the tables and qualifying for events, because the back
60.
end of the year, unless you're right at the very top end of the amateur sport, can be a very quiet place.
Your season is over. come October,
60.
November time if you are not qualifying for events. And there's plenty of opportunities now. You've got Lakeside available coming up at the start of December. You've now got the Global Championship with the ADC. So there are plenty of points to be had there. And then, like you say,
60.
Challenge Tour Development Tour, opportunities to get to the Alexandra Palace to play in the World Championship. So there are so many opportunities now
43.
for players that this is the time of year to really graft and work hard. And hopefully this is the start of the season for both of these players, because these are players you'd expect to be involved in those conversations.
Jim McEwan, who towards the back end of the year,
80.
you'd expect him to be there or thereabouts in terms of qualifying for the two seniors televised majors, the Masters and the Match Play.
43.
So
Junior
Scott,
car
I feel like all his eggs are going to be
143.
in the basket of getting his tour car at the beginning of next year. But it's McEwan with 6 darts here from 143 to take out this opening leg. Oh, this would be a magnificent way to start the week. Double 16 for 143.
111.
It would have been a stupendous way to start.
$95. Jim McCarr 32.
21 darts thrown from Scott Taylor in this opening leg, and he's only just got down to a finish.
Game shot on
He's
the
not
first
gonna
leg.
get a go
Jim
at it.
McEwan.
Jim McEwan, an early breaker throw.
Second leg, Jim
You
did
do
throw
feel,
first.
though, for
Game
Jim
on.
McEwan that maybe that bit of time off was quite needed, because if you remember when he was here last time, he was here off the back of going to a WDF event, and he was sort of bags under the eyes, and he just
134.
looked tired and ground down. And one thing I can really vouch for is how tiring the tours are, the
85.
long days, the travelling in between, everything that comes with it. And as we saw on the graphic at the start of the session, he's now 57 years old. He is a senior player now, and ironically playing the most darts he ever has.
99.
And I think about 2 years ago where he really was in the swing of things. He played a lot, but also wasn't afraid to pick and choose the
140.
events that he was playing in.
You've got to be sensible. You've got to have a plan. You've got to have an idea. And I do think that's something that kind of gets lost along the way with players now, with the amount of
100.
opportunity that's out there. They feel they have to play everything. And you don't. Have a plan. Have a goal. Stick to a system.
100.
You tend to find that people do, one week they're doing one system, then another, and it just draws you into that lifestyle of just always being at it. And as McEwan will now testify to, you also need to guarantee that
128.
rest.
He's left tops after 12 in this one to put himself 2-0 to the good. He's brought his game up where Scott Taylor has been slow out the traps. And
140. Jim McCarr 40.
it's a player like Jim, you can ill afford to do that. So tops with a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the
13
second
darter.
leg. Jim
And Jim
McEwan.
McEwan is in cruise control of this opening fixture of the week.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on. $41.
I think already we're seeing the signs of what I was just discussing a moment ago, when I just felt the odds compilers just overestimated Scott Taylor a little
100.
bit this week, especially with the fact that he's not really been out there playing and finding too much success. You come here then with
66.
reputation, and all of a sudden you feel under pressure. You feel like you're chasing. You feel like you're trying to find what you was doing when you was here before. And well, the levels he was showing before was so high that keeping that level of
100.
consistency going, if he was doing it, he'd be not only on the Pro Tour but probably challenging the top 32, because he was exceptional, wasn't he?
Well, I think that Champions Week that
60.
Scott won in Series 6 in terms of quality from all 12 players, I think was the best of the 7 series we've seen so far. Him and Tom Sykes were punching in ridiculous numbers game in, game out. And then you had the likes of Bolton, you had the likes of Crabtree in there as well.
121.
A puff of the cheeks in frustration there for McEwan, who just kept that one straight. He would have left himself on a finish But it's not really going to be too much of a problem here because Scott Taylor
40.
yet to really get going in this one. The average, 71. I can guarantee you that will rise as the week goes on for Scott Taylor.
Oh, I can imagine when this game is gone and this game is done, he will
54.
be having a very strong word or two with himself. He does have a bit of a break between Game 1 and Game 2 in his day. He doesn't return till Game 5 when he
95.
takes on
Jimmy
Brian
Carr,
Raman.
26.
But McEwan here has got 6 darts on 1-2-6 to open up a 3-0 lead. Doesn't have to attack this because Taylor is so far away. But for McEwan, after what was a slow
39.
opening leg to proceedings, he can be happy enough with his performance, averaging just over 90, 2 from 3 on his doubles. There is a fair bit to take from this performance so far, where Scott Taylor be happy just to rip the script up and start
61.
again.
Jimmy Carr, 87.
Just unable to land any sort of blow. But McEwan, for the bullseye, giving Scott Taylor the
47.
full respect he
Scott
deserves
McCall,
there, going for the 20 in the ball
138.
rather than the treble, but a long way off on the bullseye attempt, but a very fortunate dart. Taylor, again, losing the light.
114. Jimmy Carr, 40.
Over that last start there, leaves him on a double. Just ask the question of Jim, who's up to
Game
the
shot on the
task.
third
He
leg, Jim
opens up a
McEwan.
3-0 lead, gets the double breaker throw, and so now has the darts to
Fourth leg, Jim
complete a whitewash
deserves first.
victory.
Game on.
One of the real factors, though, when you play Jim McEwan is just this more
58.
slightly methodical pace. He's not the quickest of players. He's 3-0 up here, and it's took him nearly 8.5 minutes of which to complete those legs, where we've seen Scott
140.
Taylor go 4-2 in games and be over in this sort of time frame. And when you're not playing at your best, like Scott Taylor isn't, you can see him stood at the back of the stage, shaking his head, looking around the room.
82.
You do get frustrated, and that little bit of extra time it's just more process, more thinking time, more what's going wrong.
87.
McEwan just keeps you away from the hockey, and when you're not playing well, you want to be on it more.
$60.
And Jim's one of those players, it's just the way that he throws. It's not like certain other players where sometimes we see the game get slowed down by the pace. Jim just does what Jim
50.
does.
Oh, absolutely. And you'll see here the retrieval of the darts, the approach to the hockey, that is all quite quick. It's just that little set that Jim has that just slows the hockey, the throw down a little bit.
Well, not just is that a Robin
21.
Hood. That's a Robin Hood in which the dart has pierced all the way into the flight. That's going to have to be changed.
It's just cost him about 20 pence. Well, you say it's going to have to be changed. I don't think he has.
125.
He didn't go over to the table.
And he has got spares on the side. He's not one of those players that goes up unprepared, but he's decided that the darts are in a position, or the flight's in the position to be stuck. Well, I think that first darts thrown there was the one which
Scott 99.
collided in the last visit, and it does look a bit chewed up. Tops, or treble 20 for double 10.
89.
Doesn't go, but he has got time on his side.
When you've been playing like Scott Taylor, as I can guarantee you, he does not feel good about going for something like double 5.
100. Scott 10.
Everything will feel like hard work right now, but this is the double of which he won the title on in Series 6.
Six.
But he's not going
Jimmy
to take it
Carr,
out here.
114.
And that could be the last dart he has in this match.
Just been a tight performance from Taylor. He may get an opportunity to save the situation still yet. It's not like Jim McEwan's been
74.
unplayable here.
Scott
McEwan
4.
averaging 81, so he is going over that 6-visit barrier as well.
No score. Jimmy
But there's
Carr
nothing
40.
happening for Scott Taylor.
And so McEwan can put the curtain down. Tops is what he wants to seal a 4-0 win. At times, there's been some good flashes from Chucky.
20.
He's going to have to work just a little bit harder. He may have to work another leg for this win. Scott Taylor, that's his 7th and 8th missed darts at a double in this match. Make it 9, and that could be that.
24 darts for Scott Taylor to hold his throw, and he's not been up to the task.
Game shot on the match.
And eventually McEwan crosses the finishing line. I don't think either player were happy with their opening performances there, but McEwan will at least be enamoured by the fact that he's got the win. Both players averaging below 80. I don't think anybody expected that straight out of the gate from this pair in particular, but it's McEwan who runs off a 4-0 winner. Coming up after the break, we're going to see a man who's won 3 weekly titles here, Neil Duff, up against Paul Lewis.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that.
He needs the one.
there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg,
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
on the second leg,
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jim McEwan has kick-started the week with a 4-0 victory against Scott Taylor in the Battle of the Former Champions. I think it's fair to say that was a matchup which was given the big build-up, but unfortunately for the pair, they didn't quite deliver in that one. Well, next up for us, it's Northern Ireland's Neil Duff, 3-time weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, becoming one of the perennial champions that we've seen. The former Lakeside winner, hoping for success once again at the Live Lounge. He takes on Paul Lewis, ADC qualifier from Yorkshire and Humberside, won the qualifier there to get the call up here. Whereas for Neil Duff, well, we know exactly what he's all about. Winner of 3 weeks, winner of the double start week, former WDF world champion. He's been there, he's done it, he's worn the t-shirt. Whereas Paul Lewis, the hitman, is hoping to be the main man this week, and he's hoping to be the player that picks up the trophy on Saturday night. The 41-year-old from Mansfield, who has got the memo in terms of dressing up in a way to make him stand out. Well, he's hoping to be the standout player over the next few days, that is for sure. Well, this should be an intriguing encounter, and
first
for Neil Duff, he's the type of player that if he's playing second or third in a programme, he would have seen what happened before and he'll want to put a statement out.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be more than happy with what he saw from that first game. It'd be very encouraging, in fact, for the campaign ahead.
140.
It was a bright start there for Neil Duff. But the man with the bright shirt here, Paul Lewis, player who was a little bit edgy this morning,
46.
but edgy with a big smile on his face. And I do think it's very key that he keeps that smile across the face and keeps that enjoyment, as we say all the time, with players that come here for the first time as the ADC qualifier.
100.
And it was interesting having a chat with him this morning because he tells me that he's only really been playing darts, certainly
41.
seriously, since October 2023. So we're talking less than a year. He's been playing on and off. Played a bit of Super League.
83.
Had a 7-year gap from the sport to pursue other interests. And even then, he said he never really took the sport very seriously. He's had to go at Q School
59.
this past year. He's picked up some big wins in what he's been playing recently. Beat Eddie Lovely, a former PDC Tour card holder, major finalist in Colin Osborne. He also
68.
beat a major winner, Scott Waits, the Grand Slam and Lakeside champion. He beat him at the Challenge Tour.
100.
He did that in a
Neil
last leg
Duff,
shootout, so
110.
we know he can throw down.
Duff looking to kickstart of a ton topper. Tops is what he wants. Tops
He's
is
on
what
the
he gets.
first leg. Neil
Duff's
Duff.
on the board. And in some sumptuous style, by pinning a ton plus checkout to
Second
get
leg
his
all the
first
through
chalk on
first.
the board.
Game on.
He's one up.
Well, one of the interesting things about Paul Lewis was how he was sort of relishing this opportunity.
100.
So when do you ever get the opportunity to play the likes of Neil Duff in a format like this, on an environment like this, for a player like him who's just
100.
been playing local stuff? And this will be something you'll get to look back on and have a look at and enjoy the experiences. But
24.
for Paul Lewis, the goal is very simple. He wants to get himself to a position where he becomes an invited player here at the Super Series. To do that, he's
100.
going to at least need to get through to the Saturday. But when you've got a full week like this Group A can very much become a little bit of a sort of a warm-up to it. You might need that because there are signs of nerves here.
85.
He's just wiping the hand there on the shirt, just showing a little bit of sweaty palms. Just a little bit pacey
45.
at the moment, isn't he, in all his mannerisms, and that again just a little sign of the nerves.
And Neil Duff's probably the worst player
60.
to play if that's the case, because he's the type of player that won't care for what his opponent is doing in the background. He'll just get on with his job.
I mean, looking at Paul Lewis, and we managed to
55.
see from that front angle during the practice start, he's got a lovely straight arm, hasn't he? That just the type of dart that he uses as well.
65.
Should have a nice push point on a reference. So I do think we're going to see some good darts from Paul Lewis at stages this week, just based on that action, because it looks quite reliable when he
105. Paul Duff,
invests the trust in it that he's going to need to perform on the Super Series stage.
He's not going to find the 167 here, and so Duff's going to get the break chance on 96.
55. Neil Duff, 96.
And these are the types of finishes that very much is in the Neil Duff wheelhouse. This is double 18. That's
Game
a
shown on
2-0
the second
lead.
leg. Neil
And this
Duff.
is a really good performance so far from Neil Duff. 93.94
Third
the
leg, Neil
average.
Duff first. Game on.
Couple of pop finishes.
$60. $60.
They're just all looking a little bit comfortable at the moment for Neil Duff. And when we asked, is he going to
26.
look to have that sort of statement performance? Certainly does look the case. Well, it did look the case.
140.
55. $140.
Much better this from Paul Lewis on the Neil Duff throw. And when you're playing someone you're not too familiar with, like Neil Duff has here, and you've had a comfortable first couple of legs,
100.
sometimes it can just lead you into that false sense of security. Just
93.
And for the first time, Paul Lewis has got a little bit of time to relax into things. This would be for breaker throw as well,
60.
give him the opportunity to
68.
return the game to throw if he can find the 68. And all he'd be thinking about is just hit that first double like he's done there.
Lewis.
That was calm and composed.
That was a great leg, 15 dart leg there. He opened it with
Paul
just a 60 score, so 441 points in 12. Give him some confidence for sure. And that first dart at a double is always a big one in a game. And hitting that will just give him that belief. Know he's got that in the back pocket. And he's already starting to play significantly better here. You can just tell with some players
85.
if they're going to raise the game from what you're seeing. And it's just down to the action for me that I just feel once he invests that little bit of trust like we are seeing
100.
at the moment, we're going to see him go through the gears. I think he's got the perfect equipment as well for matching his style.
100.
On the subject of equipment, you may have seen a change of barrel for Neil Duff compared to the last time. He's been working with his
125.
manufacturer. You may have seen him for a long time throw with Joe Cullen dart, but this very much now his own range.
134.
See there the grip point right in the middle of the barrel, which is where he pinches the fingers together in terms of gripping the dart.
100.
He's back that leg up again here, Paul Lewis. 12 darts down to a potential 2-darter. This time though, Neil Duff breathing
100.
down his neck.
Polgar 76.
Looking at tops.
56.
Doesn't quite go.
82.
And so Duff has the opportunity here to move 3-1 up. And he's going to get a dart at top to do exactly that.
62.
Doesn't go, and so Paul Lewis here from
20.
2-0 down has the opportunity to square up at 2 apiece if he can find double 10. Now double 5.
Game
In it
from the
goes.
fourth leg. Paul Lewis.
That reaction from Neil Duff is a man who knows he is
Fifth
now
leg,
in a
Neil Duff
game.
first.
An opportunity there to go 3-1 up, an opportunity to break the throw and be thrown for the match now. And you could just sense there with Neil Duff. He knew that that was an
45.
important moment. He can sense that Paul Lewis is coming back at him. And Neil Duff is a player that's been very familiar with the WDF circuit. He'll be very familiar
100.
with playing good players and players he's not very familiar with. Players that are not as well known to us. And he'll be reading the signs here that Paul
60.
Lewis is in the ascendancy. A man who was averaging in the low 60s in the first couple of legs is now over the 80 mark and regularly finding
100.
a treble every throw.
And you mentioned the throw. It looks far more relaxed now, where maybe there was 1 or 2 visits in the first couple of legs where you saw a couple of darts just a little bit snatchy out of the hand. It looks far
46.
more, as you mentioned, reliable now.
Well, if we're talking about snatch out of the hand, look at the angle of those darts on Neil Duff. He got one to the left, one to the right.
96.
And that treble throw continues for Paul Lewis. After the opening 9 darts is pretty much 150 points ahead.
95.
Well, the odds compiler for a dart was thrown this morning had him as a 20-1 outsider to go on and win this particular group. Well, if he can get the better
60.
of Neil Duff here, then I'd imagine that 20-1 would be a little bit slimmer.
57. Paul Lucar 145.
6 darts. Paul Lewis.
60.
He already has a win against a man who's won on that Lakeside stage before on his CV, Scott Waits. Could he add Neil Duff to that roll of honour?
124. Polo car 85.
Forward dart there for Duff. Means the opportunity of single to double is gone. It's double 5.
75. Neil
Fine
car
effort there
74.
for Paul Lewis, and you feel that this would be a bit of a skin saver at the moment for Neil Duff.
His back's against the wall, let's make no doubt about that. This could be a big dart at tops. That's a big
Inch on the
find for
fifth
Neil
leg.
Duff,
Neil
who
Duff.
moves 3-2 to the good, and just a little bit of a let out of emotion because he knows for the last couple
Six
of
leg
legs,
Paul through
his
first.
back has been
Game
against
on.
the wall.
Well, he knows he's not been the best player on that stage for the last 3 legs, and that wasn't a sign of happiness, that was a sign of relief.
140. 140.
Sometimes you just need that get out of jail free card just to get you back in the swing of things. But this
100.
is a very good performance here from Paul Lewis.
And it's at a standard that is very attainable as well for the rest of the day.
Which means he's always going to be a
91.
little bit dangerous. And I can guarantee you right now, Scott Taylor, Jim McEwan, Brian Raman, the 3 experienced players right now in that back
30.
room will be thinking, I don't know much about Paul Lewis, let's watch him. And when you watch a player like Paul Lewis, you go, first of all, right, well, he's got a nice action. He's got a lovely straight arm. The equipment's right. And now he's performing, but just got to find a way past this. There's no sort of
45.
other option there for Neil Duff. Switch to the 19 to the need of 2 trebles.
$77.
Lewis first to a finish. Neil Duff just starting to build a relationship at the moment with that 5 section.
45. Polo
Relationship
car
he's going to
154.
want to break up with very quickly.
And it's handed Paul Lewis here 6 and 154, and he's going to need the full quota to
98.
send us all the way to a deciding leg.
$83. Polo car 56.
Should get a couple of darts at tops. Is going to get a couple of darts at tops. Now double 10. Doesn't go,
46,
and the game could be over as a
97.
consequence.
You feel a lot of this rides on dart number 1. In fact, it's going to be dart number 3.
73. Polo car 10.
And so Neil Duff has had a match dart at double 12, which has come and gone. Paul Lewis double 5 to take us all the way. Down for double 2. And all the way
Inch
we
on
will
the
go.
sixth leg. Paul Lewis.
Paul Lewis from 2-0 down and 3-2 down has forced a last leg decider
Seven
against the
final
former
leg, Neil to
Lakeside
third
champion
first.
Neil
Game on.
Duff. But it is the Duff man who will have the advantage of throw in this 7th and deciding leg.
57.
Chasing round for trebles. Unable to find any. What a beautiful first dart.
100.
3 well thrown darts. Tightly compact around the treble. Asking questions of the Duff man.
60.
And he's not got too many of the answers.
Neil, very much one of those players that
46.
if he is not happy about the way he's playing, the world will know about it. The head shake will tell you everything you need to know.
100.
A sort of minimum requirement there for Neil Duff to keep him really interested and to keep Paul Lewis under pressure.
80.
And what a horrible time that is for a bounce out there for Paul Lewis. What that does now is that pressurises dart 1 and 2. Had he just scored a single 20 there, he'd have needed a straight ton to leave a finish. Now
100.
he needs a treble with dart 1 or 2 to entertain the bullseye option. Now he needs 2 trebles, and it's all starting to go wrong
80.
at the most important time for Paul Lewis.
And Duff is thinking now is the time to strike. And this is where the experience of the former Lakeside
100.
champion really is coming to the fore. Left himself on a 2-darter. Despite the rallies from Paul Lewis, Neil Duff
45.
has, in terms of the
Neil
scoreline,
Duff,
been in
84.
charge of this contest. He could be the winner of this contest if he can pin double 12.
72.
But he's unable to.
Paul Lucar, 150.
This would be some way to win your first ever game on the Super Series stage. But it's not going to happen. And Duff, 3
58.
darts in hand
Neil
to get
Lucar,
the job
12.
done.
Double 6.
Game.
And Neil
Shot
Duff
and the
gets
match
over
together.
the line eventually. He had to stave off the Paul Lewis rally in the middle part of that match. He raced into a 2-0 and 3-2 lead, and Duff eventually over the line, but he was made to work for it up against Paul Lewis, who can be happy enough with his debut performance. Just didn't quite happen in that deciding leg. Duff a 4-3 winner. Coming up after the break is the all-Belgian battle as Timothy Verboort takes on Brian Raman.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it is the quiet after the storm, because it was rammed in here on Saturday night as Jimmy Van Schie picked up his second weekly title. But as always here at the Super Series, we go again on Monday morning, and we're going to see a second appearance here at the live lounge for Timothy Verboort, the 32-year-old from Menen in Belgium. Made the last 16 of the Antwerp Open last year, up against a man who made the quarterfinals of the WDF World Championship in 2022 and played some good darts along the way. Brian Raman, age 27, former WDF World #1 as well. Dropped off the Pro Tour at the end of 2023, has had surgery on a lingering shoulder issue, but now the signs coming out of Team
First
Raman are
activity to throw
very
first.
much a positive one. The last
Game
time
on.
he was here, it was very much a in and out week for him, but has been travelling around the circuit with the likes of Matthew Edgar and is beginning to edge ever closer towards the winners
100.
enclosure. And it'll be intriguing to see what he does this week. One thing we can expect from Brian Raman is anything
100.
can happen. He'll go weird and wonderful ways for finishes. He will keep the spotter on their toes, that's for sure.
140.
And if I hear correctly, the spotter's relationship with Brian Raman is quite a painful one anyway.
100.
However, your relationship with Brian Raman is a little bit more of a fruitful one, isn't it?
For me personally, yes. We played each other recently over in Switzerland, where we did manage to have a few conversations with Brian Raman about his
58.
healing and his route back to what he's going to hope to be to Lakeside. And you've got to think a player with the quality of Brian Raman is going to get there.
59.
He ultimately wants to get back on the PDC tour. But sometimes when you have these
140.
injuries and these issues and the surgeries,
142.
it becomes beyond physical and it starts to become a little bit mental. But this would be some way to start the
120.
campaign.
Brand new car 103.
I do like that play, staying on the treble 20.
51. Timothy
But I
car
was here
22.
when Timothy was here last time when he was on his
Getting
debut.
shot on the
And
first leg.
he was
Timothy
one of those
Verboort.
players that we talk about on a regular basis where we go, I'd like to see
Second leg Brian
how he
Duff
comes
first.
back
Game on.
after having the experience and going back home and come back in 6 months and see how the development's
60.
gone. I think we're going to see him step up again because when we talk about, again, people with those sort of reliable throws and actions, I mean, beautiful extension here from Timothy.
100.
And it just seems, again, so cool, calm, reliable.
40.
I think we're going to step it up.
He's the type of player that, if we're not careful, we could probably see him get into Group B and not even talk about it
59.
because he's just going to have that level of consistency about him.
I think in a group like this, we won't allow that to happen because we've got, obviously,
50.
Neil Duff in here, Brian Raman, Jim McEwan, Scott Taylor. 4 players that really catch the eye. And when you've got those 4 in here,
81.
if Verboort is in the mix around the halfway point, I'm going to be chucking a lot of light his way.
42.
And it's a case of so far so good, averaging just under 89. I know it's still early stages in the encounter, but everything about him
100.
just looks solid.
$59.
I mean,
Timothy
I know
car
the
161.
viewers like a little bit of a tip or a bit of advice on things. I think with Verboort we could
100.
go under 2.5 smiles and facial expressions because one thing we known last time was he was just so stone-faced, wasn't he? Just so
96.
focused on the
Timothy car
task. And
61.
that appears to be exactly the same here.
25 for double 18 for a 2-0 lead. Now double 9.
43.
Doesn't go, but Raman is going to have to
154.
find something out the top drawer here. 154 has to go, otherwise it could be 2-0 down. And broken.
84. Timothy car 18. Getting shot on the
There's
second
Tino
leg.
Verboort,
Timothy
and there's a
Verboort.
lot to like about this performance up to press. And we were speaking
Third leg,
about
Timothy
Scott
throw
Taylor, we were
first.
speaking about
Game
Jim
on.
McEwan at the outset of this group, but it may well be perhaps the 2 unheralded players in Paul Lewis and Timothy Verboort who may at the end of round 1 steal the
60.
headlines.
$57.
Has Brian Raman always played with this equipment?
It looks slightly different.
140.
It looks like the sort of Whitlock dart, doesn't it?
He's always played with a dart with a bit of a
58.
scholar pin, but it definitely looks a different setup to last time. Haven't had the chance to speak to Brian
45.
this morning to clarify things, but this is the look and the shape of the Raman dart.
45.
There's a lot going on with that dart as well, isn't it? It's very tapered down into the point, which is meant to be really good for grouping. But with that, that is tapering down from the middle part of the barrel, which is seriously going to change that balance point, especially with that sort of deep scallop in there as well. Takes a certain type of throw to be able to throw this type of equipment.
161.
Right now, it's not working for Raman.
95.
Now it's all just a little bit too comfortable for Verboort.
128. Timothy Car 66.
Double 18.
31.
One
Brand
thing
new
we're
car,
establishing very quickly,
154.
double 18 is his play. And we're establishing that missing trebles has been Brian's play
50.
so far in this game.
Timothy Car 35.
Well, this is a 3-0.
3. Brand new car 104.
Maybe Raman just needs a bit of a spark, and this 104 would be exactly that. He's not going to take it out, and so Verboort will come back for the double
41.
16 to open up a 3-zip
Timothy Car
lead.
32.
That is a little bit tricky, which is why he stepped over to the right to try and open
16.
up the bed.
Brand new car 63.
And sometimes it's not a moment of brilliance that gets you back into a game. Sometimes it's just that moment of fortune.
$47. Timothy Car 16.
2 was in the treble 10 and then missed the last start on double 8 there, which is what
Game
Verboort
show on
wants
the
to go
third leg.
3-0 up,
Timothy
and it's what
Verboort.
Verboort will get to move 3-0 up.
Fourth leg Brian to throw first. Game on. $40.
As for Raman, as you mentioned, it's a rebuilding process for him. He's had a troublesome few months. First of all with surgery, and then perhaps
97.
the lowest point of his career so far, losing to Matthew Edgar 4-0 in a WDF ranking quarter-final.
140.
Yeah, it doesn't get much lower than that, really, does it? I felt for him that day. Still do now. Probably haunting him. It's probably why he's playing the way he is.
100.
You were just thankful Darius didn't enter that event.
Everywhere I go, his name comes up.
56. $85.
Verboort now getting into that one treble range again, which at the moment is enough to give him that little bit of a cushion against Raman, who
58.
is very well under par at the moment in regards to his seasonal stats.
Well, going into this week, Raman had a 12-month average of 83.64, 34% when it came to the finishing, and those numbers feel down on Raman. Well, so far,
100.
he
Timothy
really has
Car,
struggled to get out of the
160.
gate, and the game could be over here if Verboort can find the 160, and that's perfectly laid for another. But he isn't going to follow up, and so Raman, 107 to get a chalk on the
122.
board in
Brand
this
car,
contest.
107.
Looking for triple 60 with dart 2, unable to find it.
50.
And so
Timothy Car,
Verboort
38.
going straight for the double 19 to win this contest. Can he find a way through? No is the
shot. Brand
answer.
new car,
And
57.
Raman has only had a double in this contest. He's going to get a couple more at tops.
Game show on
Finds
the
it
fourth
and
leg.
brings it
Brian
back to
Raman.
3-1.
When you're
Fifth
not
leg,
scoring
Timothy
like
throw
Brian
first.
Raman isn't,
Game
you
on.
need to be taking those doubles out nice and quick. For your own sake, for the confidence, for the belief. So you know there's something working within your game. Same thing for your opponent
41.
as well, just to keep them very aware that you're very close.
$56.
Is there such
60.
a thing as playing yourself into form whilst a game is going on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially when you've got a group
43.
stage like this, a round robin where you've got 15 matches. Absolutely, you can sort of just ease into the event a little bit.
26.
I would also like to add we are interactive here at the Super Series. We do have the chat box on. And Joe Hansel, you are not funny.
58.
Would like to see a Group B campaign that involves Matt and Darius. No one wants to see that, Joe. Nobody.
Yes, Joe. Everybody wants to see it.
140. $60.
Right, on the subject of international players, congratulations to England for winning the World Cup yesterday. Michael Smith and Humphries picking up the
140.
title out in Frankfurt. Belgium had a very good run, of course, to the final of that event. But it's the Belgian Timothy Verboort here. He's 94 points away from picking up his first win of the week in his first game of the week. And he's going to get a couple of darts at tops to do exactly that. And Verboort is the victor, and he gets the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1. A good enough start to his week, a steady start to his week. But as far as Brian Raman is concerned, work to do for him as the day moves along. Those are the stats from the third contest of the morning session. Coming up next, it's McEwan and Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of play on this Monday morning, which has seen victories for Jim McEwan, Neil Duff and Timothy Verboort, who beat Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1 before the break. And so 2 of the victors from the first round's play go toe-to-toe in the first match of round 2. One of Neil Duff and Jim McEwan will move on to 4 points in the table and will give themselves a real good launch pad for the rest of the day that's ahead of them. For Duff, well, at times a good performance against Paul Lewis, 4-3 the margin of victory in the end was for McEwan, he won 4-0 against Scott Taylor, but I think it's fair to say that both players weren't at their best in that particular fixture, and so he'll be looking to up the ante in game 2. Whilst for Neil Duff, there was some real good hot streaks, but there was also points in that game against Paul Lewis where there was just a little bit of a couple of op patches.
I think this is a game that's really going to suit both players as well. As a player, there are certain players you like playing, certain pacers you like playing against. And I feel that this is going to be one that's going to suit both as we get our first maximum of the week. It took 3 games, game number 4, before we see the all-in. We are up and running, and early signs here that this could be the game we expect to see.
You get the sense, you get the feeling this would be a type of group that once somebody goes and puts in a good performance, that will be followed up by others.
60.
Because if we be bluntly honest about it, when
45.
you think about the players that we've got in this group, it was a little bit of an underwhelming start round 1.
$140.
Bright start this from McEwan.
81. Jim Lucar 121.
And he's got time on his side for this 121 to take a 1-0 lead. And so went down for the 25 with dart 1. Would have left him on 96 if he found.
43.
Not a major disaster unless Duff could have made maximum inroads there. 2-double turn will leave him on a 2-darter. That's exactly what he does.
78.
But McEwan should at least get a dart at tops. He's hoping for 2 in hand at double 12, and that's exactly what he's going to get. And the double 12 is exactly what he finds to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg nailed it through first. Game on.
Good start from both players here. And it's one of those games where you feel we are going to get
100.
a good standard, good averages, but one of those games where it doesn't match up in terms of the clock. 2 very steady, methodical players, but I'm just looking at the equipment
59.
here of Jim McEwan, and it still looks like he's playing with that dodgy flight that he bust in match number 1.
Well, Jim McEwan will
59.
be aware of opening up a big lead against Neil Duff in a race to 4, because back at Lakeside 2022, Jim McEwan was streets ahead of Neil Duff to the point where the television company who are broadcasting the event are ready to move their presenter
70.
and pundit stage side on the back of a 4-0 Jim McEwan win, but Neil Duff saw that, had other ideas, ran out a 4-3 victor, and then went on to lift the title that year.
140.
Duff 3 sets to Neil down in a race to 4. McEwan are going to go 2 legs up in a race to 4.
140.
You was there that year, wasn't you? You was making the tees.
I was making the tees and I was running dart players around left, right and centre for media commitments.
92.
Some more than others.
We'll probably come away and look at the bullseye here. McEwan,
60.
he didn't.
Neil Lucar 110.
Well, all that experience Jim McEwan's got, 57 years old. It didn't work for him there. He's looking around,
86.
shaking his head at the back of the stage, maybe now aware of the situation. A 25 would have left him 167 and give him some form of outshot. And you just know the first start straight in the treble 20 adds to that frustration.
100. Neil Lucar 24.
Double 12, 1 leg 1 for Jim McEwan. And it's a
Finish
double that
on the
gives Neil
second
Duff
leg.
leg
Neil
2.
Duff.
One apiece. Good quality contest so far. Both players averaging 93.
Third leg, Jim to throw first. Game on.
Neil did arrive a day early for this week's competition. Played in a double elimination event in Southampton
100.
yesterday. Finished third in that particular event. Chaz Barstow went on to win that. Beat Sean Bridle in the final. But Neil
140.
having a day earlier to play in that competition, which saw Richie Edhouse play actually in that event, and he only got to the quarterfinal stages.
100.
And Neil is one of those players that when he does play here, he likes to utilise the competitions that are in the local area. Sometimes he'll play in Southampton on a Tuesday, sometimes he'll play in the Portsmouth
100.
League on a Wednesday night. Tries to take advantage of any opportunity that he has to play a competition anywhere.
Yeah, there are certain players, aren't there, that like to
40.
be very minimalistic in the time that they are in under stress and duress on competitive darts, and some people just absolutely love it and want to play literally all the time.
100.
Remember when Luke Littler was down here, he'd play the week and he'd be off doing all sorts of tournaments in the evenings.
Well, in fairness to Luke, he won Group A on a Wednesday. He had no other darts for a couple of days, so just keeping the arm in.
60. Neil Ducar 161.
Well, from 1-0 down, Neil Duff has 6 darts here for 161 to move himself in front.
Well, two things happened really from 1-0 down. Neil Duff
49.
kept his level of performance, where McEwan's has just slowly declined.
$139. Neil Ducar 112.
Neil Duff took out a 110 finish in the opening game. That's the same sort of combination. One treble, one single, and a
Finish
double.
on the third leg. Neil Duff.
A break of throw for the Duff man.
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first.
2-1 he
Game on.
leads, and a 10+ checkout in both of his matches so far. Neil's someone who's said this himself openly by admission. He's the
100.
type of player that will slowly grow into a week. And he's slowly but surely growing into the day. I know it's only match 2, but this is a big improvement upon his performance in game 1 against Paul Lewis.
97.
Oh, with that in mind, it'll be interesting to see what happens next, because that's a game where both players will be looking for big improvements. Scott Taylor, Brian Raman, two players that was,
121.
well, so far below their part. Taylor with a 70 and Raman with a 67.
Is Neil Duff one of those players that, in terms of
100.
comparing him to others, is very difficult to pigeonhole, mainly on the basis of he doesn't play the challenge tour, he doesn't go to Q School, he focuses his efforts in other areas? That maybe the comparison you can make to him to others is a little bit more difficult because
121.
the relevant data and tournament results may not always marry up with others.
Yeah, I think it's quite tricky because both players on the stage right now, Jim McEwan and Neil Duff, have sort of come to the forefront in the back ends of their careers.
43.
And it's not like we have, say, 10, 20 years of data of players playing on those various tours or at the top end of the sport.
95.
And it sort of makes it, I think that's where it's hard to compare to, because this sort of story hasn't been told before, where players are coming to the forefront of the back end of their careers, because they never had the opportunities like they have now with things like the Seniors Tour and the
139,
Super
Neil
Series
Ducar,
to get
64.
that level of exposure that you do now.
2 single 16s leaves himself the double,
48.
which is unable to find, and so McEwan to
122.
square this contest up needs to find a ton topper of his own. Another one of them leads double 7, a single leaves the bull. Double 7 it is. As a double check to see the proximity of dart 2, which is right next to dart 1. And now double 7. And that would have been to have levelled us up. But Duff will come back for 3 more in hand at 2-8s to lead 3-1.
No score. Jim Car 14.
But he's unable to find, and so McEwan is going to get 3 more in hand at that double 7.
Double 1 for McEwan.
No score.
Neil Duff gets
16.
another opportunity. He'd been feeling frustrated after missing those double 8s on the last occasion. And now he'll feel like it's his birthday.
12.
But he's woke up without any presents.
And he is past opportunity by. And McEwan again will go the DVD route. 5-1-1 on the back of 7. And this time finds it. And level we are at 2 apiece. But Neil Duff will feel like he has missed a massive chance to take a full grasp of this game.
He'll be angry. He'll be beyond frustration. He'll be actually angry right now, will Neil Duff. Because he did the hard work. He broke the Jim McEwan throw with that 112 finish. And then he'll feel like he just gave it straight back.
100.
Well, he's painting a similar story to his first game against Paul Lewis, where it looked like at 2-0 up, there was only one winner, but invited the pressure on his opponent, who
85.
duly took the opportunities he got. Basically, everything that Neil Duff's doing today is making it harder work than what perhaps it should be. And he'll be the first to acknowledge that as well. What we can get from
60.
Neil is a very honest appraisal of his game and his performances. He knows as well as anybody where the radar's at, wherever he's playing
100.
well, whether there needs to be improvements. He's got a lot of dart intelligence, as Neil.
Oh, there's a word. Dart intelligence. What's your IQ in darts intelligence?
59.
1 or 2 people in my ear saying it's a negative number.
180.
First maximum of the day for Neil Duff. Second of this game and second of the day. Didn't get any 180s in the opening lap of fixtures. But we knew that that was going to change.
58. Neil Car 136.
136 and 6 from here to move himself 3-2 to the good.
96.
And he's going to leave himself on tops after 12 to do exactly that.
It would be very easy for Neil Duff to
100.
think that
Neil
this
Car
should be
40.
match darts here.
20.
Instead, the missed doubles
Junior
just starting to add up and the
124.
frustration beginning to bubble, and this could be a hammer blow from McEwan. Treble 18 gives him a dart at the ball to give Neil Duff one straight in the solar plexus. Probably just checking it's not tops. Just checking the maths. It's not the bull either.
Neil Car 20.
And after the delay came the miss, and so Duff being presented with more opportunities. And this time fires a double 5 to move 3-2 in front, and now has the darts to win this contest and to seal a second win of the day. Both players share a right smile at one another. They know that both players have passed multiple opportunities by, and that both players aren't playing to their 100% best right now. But Neil won't care. If he can get 2 from 2 despite not really getting out of 5th gear, it'll be a big platform in which he can grow from.
This is something that you do learn through those long careers, that you don't have to play your best all the time. You just have to play your best at the right time, and that's what Neil Duff's been doing in order to give himself the opportunities.
140.
15 darts he's had at a finish in this match so far. Check out percentage of 20%, which to me tells a couple of stories. One, yes, he's missing chances. That's the easy story. But the slightly deeper story is he must be completely outscoring Jim McEwan to get nearly twice as many darts at a double.
45.
Well, you look at the score in Power Pack, 6 compared to 3 in the Tom 40 plus column. When it's come to the power scoring, Duff has
100.
been able to muster more than McEwan has. Paul Hinks is on the stick.
127.
The checkout is 127. The dart he wants is at the bull. And that would have been for the 127 to save the game, and the match could be over here if Duff can find the 76.
Should get a dart. Does get a dart for the match.
Game shot.
And only needs the one dart for the match. And Neil Duff doubles his tally. And he gets the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 2. In the end, an average just under 90. Found his second ton plus check of the day. Jim McEwan having a chat with Neil and Paul Hinks about something involving that particular fixture. But for Neil Duff, he's a 4-2 victor. He's 2 from 2. He's top of the group. Scott Taylor and Brian Raman looking to get their first wins on the board. And that is coming up after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff doubled his win tally for the day, getting the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 2. 2 games, 2 ton plus checkouts for him. Whilst for this pair, Scott Taylor and Brian Raman, they're looking to get their first win on the board today. Both players underwhelming in their opening performances, below the very high standards that we've set of the pair. Both going down to heavy defeat. Scott Taylor losing 4-0 to Jim McEwan, whilst Brian Raman lost 4-1 to Timothy Verboort in his opening match of the session. And so you get the sense the only way is up for one of these two, but only one can get their first 2 points on the board. Raman has the darts at the beginning of our 5th match of the session, game 5 of 15 that we're going to be watching on this Monday morning here in Portsmouth. And Scott Taylor has kicked it off with a maximum.
$85.
He was the big favourite, wasn't he, Scott Taylor? Not just to win individual games,
96.
but to win the group, to win the week. We'll be looking to get up to that reliable form once
100.
again. You said it was below standard. It was well below standard for Scott Taylor.
140.
No success on the outer ring after 9 attempts and an average of around about the 71 mark. You'd sort of expect that Scott Taylor across a week could be anywhere between the 85 to 92 sort of area.
49. Scott Car 85.
Tots for 12 darter.
45. Brown car 167.
Go. So Raman may need to light the spark with something big like the 167, but he's unable to do so. And so,
41.
how many times have we said this
40.
over the years, Matt? Tots for Taylor after 12.
Game shot on the first
How many
leg,
times
Scott
have we said Taylor finds tops and leads 1-0 with a break?
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's going to have a good pace to this one, isn't it? Going to have a good rhythm. When we talk about that last game
59.
being a little bit more methodical, this is 2 players that really like to get on with that. You can see Brian Raman at the hockey drawing back the dart before Scott Taylor's even
140.
retrieved. Scott Taylor just a little bit slower on the approach, just gives the hockey that little bit of a kick. You see some players
100.
even stand on the hockey in those occasions, like Gary Anderson, for example, Adrian Lewis. And that is just for that moment, just to
60.
keep moving, keep active. You see there, that little kick of the hockey just gives him that little bit of something to do. Stay active while Brian Raman gets out
46.
the way. Well, you see Brian is almost having to pause and delay.
24. $100.
Well, we expected an improvement from Scott Taylor. We're getting an improvement from Scott Taylor right now.
140.
Just feels like Brian's just trying to find something, really trying to find something, and there are
100.
glimpses
Brand new car,
that things are
137.
improving for him. However, Taylor's back to confirm the break that he accrued in the
Scott
previous
car
leg.
96.
A 2-0 lead if he can find the 96. Decided to go double-double there with 2 in hand.
40. Brand new car 74.
There was an argument to stay there because the first dart did sit quite nicely. So double 10 here for a man. Now double 5. Doesn't
69.
go, and Taylor's back now.
Scott the car
And he should get
56.
2 in hand. It tops for a 2-zip lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott
And
Taylor.
the way that first dart at tops laid in the bed, it was a perfect guy for dart 2 to follow its way in. It was
Game on.
exactly what he duly did, and he finds himself 2-0 to the good.
134.
Both players finding better than they did in the opening game. Raman just looking to get into stride.
100.
We have seen this from Brian Raman before when he's
60.
played weeks here at the Super Series, that he does sort of get better as the campaign goes. This is the man that a lot of people would have been pinning hopes on this week.
125.
I think most weeks we always see, certainly on our socials and our interactions, people wanting to see Scott Taylor back here at the Super Series.
Very much made a name for himself here, hasn't he, Scott?
59, brand new car 170.
Very wayward there from Raman.
26.
You can see just the angle of the dart as well. It wasn't just low, it was kicking slightly to the right, just as if he's just held on to the dart a little bit too long, past that release point.
139.
Scott Taylor says, thank you very much for the extra opportunity.
And he's going to get an opportunity.
96. Scott the car 78.
It's a lane that Raman was in control of, but he's let that vice-like grip slip. And double 12 for 14 darter. The double breaker throw accrued. Scott Taylor's 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg, Scotty through first.
Incrementally getting better. As for Raman, he looks away. He may want to look away at the scoreline.
59.
Can't win a Group A campaign on a Monday, but you can feel like you've lost it. And Raman's already taken one heavy defeat today, that by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game to Timothy Verboort.
30.
But after being gifted chances, Scott Taylor handed them straight back.
55. 100. 133.
Max leads himself on 132.
128.
So Raman, he's looking to find a way above to leave himself on a 2 darter, but whatever he finds, he just cannot on any accuracy with him. So Raman's going to give himself a chance on 132 to get on the board in this contest. We'll probably get 6. Hopes he needs 6. Hopes he gets the 6.
86. Scott the car 152.
And he's going to come back for another visit to get his first leg on the board in this contest. 2 in hand, a double 16.
Game shown on the fourth leg.
Keep him in the contest.
To keep him hopeful, to keep him interested.
First. Game on.
Although that was a very disinterested look there for Raman, wasn't it? He's looking again to the back of the room, a shake of the head.
94.
Be wondering where that player is, the man who was sat top of the rankings on the WF circuit, the man who was one of the favourites going into the Lakeside a couple of years ago.
How difficult is it? And you've been in kind of similar positions because of injuries you've had in your career, where you know something is in there, but for one reason or another, you just cannot unlock it, no matter how hard you try.
It becomes very frustrating. It's a very, very hard place to be. It's a hard thing to take.
56.
You're just hopeful that you find that little bit of something to get it going again. And often, it's little small things that just give
60.
you that belief. Things that you see that maybe other people don't. That just make you really believe in the process.
59.
And that's what Raman needs to find.
As for Taylor, he's 6 starts away here from wrapping up a 4-1 win.
131.
And Raman here could be on the back of back-to-back 4-1 defeats in next to no time at all, because Taylor's left himself 81. On a 2 darter after 12, and he's going to get 6 here from 70 to wrap this contest up. Tots of the match.
50.
He's going to come back for 3 more.
60. Scott the car 20.
Double 10. Both kiss the wire. 3 kiss the wire. The third one bent the wire, but he can't find a way through.
The fact he's come inside those first 2 darts and not found the double. Very surprising. But he will be back.
42.
Another opportunity to get the job done.
He returns to double 10. And again, it's close to the wire. But this time he finds a way in. And Scott Taylor picks up his first win of the week. He gets the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1. Taylor on the board in terms of the points tally. As for Brian Raman, he's still searching for that elusive opening win. That's the tail of the tape from that particular contest. Taylor averaging just a shade under 84, 4 from 13 on the double. As well as Brian Raman, he is still searching for his best stuff. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Paul Lewis in action up against Timothy Verboort. And so to game 6 of our morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it sees Paul Lewis and Timothy Verboort, 2 of our ADC qualifiers, going toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw the former champion, Scott Taylor, beat Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1, averaging 83.62, 4 from 13 on the doubles. For this pair, well, Timothy is looking to double up his points tally after beating Raman, whereas Paul Lewis came so close to beating Neil Duff in his opening game on the Live Lounge stage, and so hoping now to get that taste of success for the first time. Does the Mansfield thrower?
Odds compilers really can't split the pair, and it's quite hard to split the pair 24. On the opening performances. Yes, Timothy managed to get the victory, whereas Paul Lewis went down to Neil Duff, but Paul Lewis showing some really encouraging signs in that opening game. And a game he was openly and admittedly nervous in. So will he find that actually he's settled down a little bit now going into this
100.
second fixture. The adrenaline won't be as strong. You could just trust and rely on that very straight action.
100.
For Verboort, I think we kind of know
95.
roughly where he's going to be this week. He's going to plateau around that base, I reckon, daily around 81, 82, but we'll do it in a way where his doubles will be that good. There's going to be an efficiency, and that makes him a
26.
dangerous player to come up against. If you actually
92.
break down their annual numbers, these two are very much in the same ballpark. Verboort, for the last 12 months, 78.1 average, 30% on his doubling. Paul Lewis, a smaller sample size,
39.
79.25, 31% when it came to his finishing. So these two meet pretty much on halfway in terms of what they've done annually.
85.
And so far in this contest, they're meeting in the middle in terms of performance as well.
140. Polukar 105.
Just the one treble required. Doesn't find it.
53.
And a break
Timothy
opportunity
56.
now for Verboort. 2 darts at tops.
36. Polukar
They're both
52.
a long way off.
So now Paul Lewis gets a couple of goes at the double, but his double of choice is double 16. But then
34.
the last dart drags
Timothy
low
Lucar,
into the double
20.
7, presenting Verboort with another chance, double 10.
No score.
I tried to use dart 1 as a guide, but
18.
couldn't fire with dart 2 or 3. Lewis straight at the double 9, but
9.
cannot find
Timothy
a way
Lucar,
through.
20.
It's all getting a little bit messy.
10. Polukar 9.
Two fours.
Getting shown the
And Paul
first
Lewis
leg.
finds
Paul
himself a
Lewis.
leg to nil up. Wasn't a classic leg,
Second leg
but he'll be
Timothy
happy enough with it in his
Game on.
leisure. A full shake of the head.
$100.
All started so well, didn't it, there for Verboort, but wasn't able to keep the pace going. You ready for some elite level punditry
60.
here, Henry?
I'm always ready for elite level punditry when you're around, Matthew.
Okay, so I was watching that leg there from Paul Lewis. He's
100.
got 3 different coloured flights. He went blue, white, red, white, blue, red, red, blue, white, blue, white, red, blue, red, white. I wrote down every single
100.
shot. There was no pattern whatsoever. He's just throwing them in any random order. In case you was wondering about the different colours, because actually, on certain
85.
throws and certain players, they will have patterns, and it is a very psychological thing just to arrange those orders and to put them into those
100.
sequences that allow you to sort of become distracted with the overall task. Tasking the mind. That's not what's happening here with
90.
Paul Lewis.
And you're used to playing players with like patterns, aren't you? Good old Darius.
Oh, there he is again.
58. Timothy Lucar 126.
Well, he doesn't have to go for the attacking way of going for 126 with Paul Lewis back at 183.
54.
Going to leave himself on 72 upon his return to square this contest up at 1 apiece. Again, Timothy will feel like he should be 2-0 up
134.
in.
Timothy Lucar 72.
Another one of those will give him another chance at tops. He was a long way off it last time.
52.
Comes
Paul Lucar
very low
49.
again. Big 1-3-4. Last time out for Paul Lewis. Gives him an opportunity.
17.
She's not
Timothy
able to
Lucar
take.
20.
The missed doubles continue to add up.
17 between the pair. Game shot on the second leg. Timothy Verboort
manages to find the double 10.
Third leg ball, the third first.
Darts at a
Game
double for Verboort to be able to land one.
Nobody really stamping their authority on proceedings yet. The only player you'd say is getting close to top gear is perhaps Neil Duff in these opening couple of rounds.
You almost just get the feeling there's maybe just a bit too much respect down there. When
36.
You look at the lineup, the players, the names, the exposure that the players have had, you say this is a very tough group.
60.
Well, I wonder for the most part, particularly with Scott, Neil and Jim, three players that probably know each other very well. Actually, it probably relax them a little bit and probably would bring
40.
the best out of each other because they'd feel like they'd have to play their best against each other.
$47.
Well, early on in the game, there was both
58.
finding the trebles, but the doubles was letting them down. That's now starting to transfer, and that's what that does, that negative energy just transfers into the overall game. But Verboort snaps out of it with his first maximum of the day, the first one of the campaign, and just like Paul Lewis in the last leg with that beautifully timed 1-3-4, a fantastic maximum there for Timothy.
Timothy Ricard,
And now he gets first poke at the finish.
Verboort's not going to take out the 154. What can Lewis make
44.
of the 167?
167.
Triple 19 would have given him a dart of the bullseye. We've already seen this 110 taken out by Neil Duff today, and that was taken out against Paul Lewis. But it's not going to be a case of rinse and repeat against the
86.
man for Mansfield.
70.
Doesn't really have the same ring to it, does it? The man for Mansfield.
I like it.
38.
But the man from Mansfield won't like that attempt at double 16. Another opportunity now for Timothy Verboort to break the throw, and on this occasion, he is up to the task.
Fourth leg, Timothy to throw first.
Feels like another one of those games where both players are thinking about just getting over the finishing line. It's going to be one of those games where both players will be snapping pictures of their averages and posting it all over their social media accounts. It's just going to be one of those games just about getting the 2 points on the board.
55.
I can tell you though, as a player, it doesn't mean those snappings and posting over social media accounts don't happen. It just doesn't happen on your behalf. Someone does it for you.
95.
And they like to send you it.
RE WhatsApp groups. It does make me laugh because you look at some players and
32.
they do certain things in front of the cameras and they can't help but post it everywhere that they conceivably can every 5 minutes. But
177.
there's certain bits that'll never get posted.
There's something that may get posted. The first maximum for Paul Lewis up there on the Super Series stage. But it was the opening darts there that's
44.
kind of caused the problem for Paul Lewis, because even the maximum means he needs a little bit more. Showing us here that his
96.
board management is up to scratch.
108.
Does watch the darts on a regular basis. Sometimes you can learn a lot just from watching. He's got to find a way through here to the treble 18 as Timothy caught the flight on the way in.
28. Paul Ricard, 138.
If he has been watching the darts, he'll learn that 138 is the most important finish of them all. But he's not going to find it here. And so, Verboort looking for the 18 for a 3-1 lead, and he's going to have to take it out because Lewis courtesy that treble 13 with the last darts left himself on 32.
This could get tricky. Oh, what a dart that is there from Timothy. Could have got tricky because he blocked up the whole left-hand side and he uses this very dense equipment, which is this all-in-one fixed system, which does promote some heavy deflections at times. Paul Lewis, just like his last game, the back end of the game, significantly stronger than the front.
100.
He's a player who went to Q School this year for the first time. Timothy also doing similar. Both players have opted to
55.
play some darts on the Challenge Tour and will be playing more as the year goes on. They may even take each other on in one of those Challenge
60.
Tour events.
There's events at the weekend on the
96.
ADC Championship Tour. Congratulations to Tom Lonsdale, Thomas Banks, Dowell Pilgrim and Shane Turner for picking up the titles there. Tom Banks moving up to number 1 in the tour table. Dowell Pilgrim moving into the top 8. Paul Lewis was looking for the big fish, but was unable to reel it in.
134. 100.
Rock
Polokar,
solid
56.
performance here from Paul Lewis in this leg. 12 darts to get him down to a finish. But he
27.
has now thrown 12 darts at the double and only managed to hit 1. And that one was wild. A shake of the head for Paul Lewis because he knows Timothy can put himself within striking
60.
distance.
Polokar 9.
Make short of the big 1.
No score. Timothy Carr 124.
Frustration. A match opportunity now for Timothy Verboort. And it's gone. He cannot take it from this moment. It's purely a setup play. Paul Lewis will get a second opportunity at this 9, but under this pressure, that
52.
big 1, it's tricky.
9.
Double 4, stares it down. This
James
time
on the
finds
fifth
it,
leg.
brings it back to
Paul
3-2 and forces Timothy Verboort here to serve it out in the 6th.
6 leg Timothy to throw first. Game on.
You feel that the first 3 darts here could be very important for Timothy. After what was a bit of a sloppy leg.
60.
Try and hold on to that throw and doesn't find a treble with the opening visit, which will be exactly what Paul Lewis was praying for.
60.
And the women's events, incidentally, at the weekend, Lisa Ashton won 3 of the 4 titles.
A lady getting back to form.
41.
Picked up back-to-back Women's Series titles. She'll be a threat going into the Women's World Match Play in a couple of weeks' time.
I'll put it this way, she won 3 titles at the weekend despite having a broken toe. Gemma Hayter won in the other event, incidentally.
79.
Paul Lewis, despite being 3 darts less in this game, is 60 points clear.
55.
Timothy could be in a spot of bother here. Unless he can find something big.
57. 58.
And it's felt like ever since Verboort moved on to 3 legs that it's been the equivalent of a football team being in front in a match and putting the ball in the corner. Well, the difference is you can
44.
tick the clock down in other sports, but Verboort's going to have to find that match-winning double. And as the game's going along, the better Paul Lewis is playing, a bit like what he did against Neil
60.
Duff.
Well, he had that maximum here, Paul Lewis. It's the only time he's managed to find a treble in a visit. But at the moment, it's been enough until this point.
108.
The maximum cancelled out by Timothy Verboort.
Double 7 to send us all the way.
40.
And now Timothy Verboort has got 3 darts in hand at tops. Double 10 to seal his 2nd victory in succession.
20.
It's not there.
14.
Wild darts then, wasn't they? Nowhere near. Edgy darts, nervy darts. Edging closer.
Game shot on the sixth
Great
leg.
last
Paul
dart,
Lewis.
just nestles its way in towards the bottom corner, and for the second game in
So in the
succession
final leg,
involving
Paul
Paul
to
Lewis,
reverse, game on.
we go all the way to a deciding leg. But unlike Neil Duff in game 1, he has the darts to win leg 7. Booker spurning
140.
opportunities to win this contest, and now finds himself on the back foot.
Well, that's the shot, which we said in the last leg when Verboort had the darts.
60.
You want to kick off strong, you want to take a commanding visit, and Paul Lewis, that 140, just settles you in for the
45.
next couple of shots. You can make that mistake and it'd be okay. Especially when Timothy Verboort didn't manage to hit a treble with the opening visit.
100.
Last start in hand saves the situation. This is all about bottle now.
125.
Well, for Paul Lewis, this was the situation that he would have been
94.
dreaming of when his head hit the pillow last night. To be in a position to win a game in the Modus Super Series, and he's got 6 starts and 191 to do exactly that. He
140.
finds 2 trebles. He's on a single to double combo after 12 to win his first game on that stage.
It's a great last leg. 140, 125, 140 involved.
140. Polukar 51.
He's going to get at least 2 darts here to get the job done.
Double 16.
19.
Both
Timothy
players
McEwan,
now have missed darts to
107.
win this encounter. Can Verboort recover the situation? He's going to get a dart at double 16 to win it,
Game
and he
shot on the
finds
mat,
it.
Timothy Verboort.
And Timothy Verboort is the victor in the end. Paul Lewis spurned a couple of opportunities to win that match in a last leg decider, and then Timothy Verboort finds the 107 to take the game from the grasp of Paul Lewis. At the tail of the tape from an enthralling encounter. Verboort a 4-3 victor. That spells the end of round 2. Coming up next, Jim McEwan takes on Brian Raman.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of play on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen, and so far, so good for Neil Duff and Timothy Verboort. They're going to meet in Game 8 of our session. They've both won their opening 2 matches of the day, and Paul Lewis has sent both of those players to a last leg decider, but has been unable to cross the finishing line in either of those matches. So let's enter Game 7 of our session. It sees Jim McEwan, 1 win, 1 defeat to his name, taking on Brian Raman, who's still searching for his first win of this Monday morning here in Portsmouth. Neither player hitting their mesmeric heights, although McEwan did show better signs in Game 2 against Neil Duff, averaging 88 in a 4-2 defeat to the Duff man, who, coming alongside Timothy Verboort, occupies top spot in the table. Actually, it's fairly uniform, the table right now. Verboort and Duff are on 4, McEwan and Taylor on 2, Lewis and Raman yet to pick up a win. But that uniformity is going to change come the end of this particular encounter. You would say on the basis of the first couple of games that McEwan should go off favourite.
And does. One thing we've noticed from the odds is that the odds compilers are starting to run in regards to Brian Raman, not offering those sort of odds-on shots anymore. But this, a change of equipment from Brian Raman and getting instant reaction. We did say in that last game that they did seem a little bit unusual for Raman. I mean, these still are quite an unusual dart.
140.
It seems
54.
a little less in regards to the taper on the front of the barrel, which again is just going to change that balance point and just make it a little bit more suitable for the Raman throw.
95.
And it'll feel like he's doing something different, even if it is, when you change that equipment, you'll feel like you're starting again, because you can almost
97.
just box that off. Certainly if it works well for you here with the change of equipment, you go, well, I'm just using the wrong darts. These are the darts I need to use. And you can sort of ignore those 2 negative performances and get back to the levels you know you're capable of. He has only won 2 legs so far across his opening 2 games. Winning 1 leg in each of his games. He may be getting that leg here in the opening.
Jim Car 164.
Unless McEwan has a party piece up his sleeve. But the 164 isn't going to go, and so Raman will return for the 112 to take out this opening leg against Fro.
84. Brand new car 112.
It's been a much improved first leg this from Raman. Can he fire in his first ton topper? He's got to get a dart at tops to do that.
Jim car 80.
Just nestled underneath the tops wire.
Yeah, great effort there for Raman. But it's tops for McEwan. Raman missed the dart at tops, and McEwan says, I'll show you how to do it. Twice.
Second leg Brandon through first. Game on.
They're just going in, aren't they? With better authority. I'm not just talking about where they're landing. It's so easy to say they're going in better when you're just looking at them going in the treble 20. But what I mean is the consistent angle of entry, the sound,
134.
the dart going into the board.
His best, he throws with a very authoritative thud into the board. And
85.
to be honest, the setup isn't too far away from what he did play with at the leg side a couple of years ago. And he was excellent in that tournament, was Brian. And even when his opponents were throwing everything back at him, he still managed to find a way. Put it this
96.
way. I was speaking to Jared Cole this morning about Brian, and Jared had a set average of in excess of 110,
100.
and he only picked up a leg in that set. That was how well Raman was playing.
$100. 140.
It's just the authority in which he's throwing the darts now. He looks a completely different player. He's moving around the stage with a little bit more pace, a little bit more spring in the step. But you feel this is going to have to go. McEwan leaves tops
36.
after 12. Raman 36 after 12. Really good solid
Game
leg
shot on the
goes the
second leg,
direction of
Brian
Brian Raman. 14 data in the end. Significantly
Third
the
leg, Jimmy
best
to the
leg of the
first.
day
Game
so
on.
far for Raman.
Well, you mentioned at what point do people begin to come to the fore? Well, I know it's still early days in this game. I know we've only played a couple of legs, but Raman averaging 101.5, McEwan 99.5. These are by far the best
137.
signs for both of these players so far today. And I know it's only a small sample size, but it's sample enough just to feel like things
59.
are moving in the right direction.
$97.
Remember what we said earlier with Brian Raman. Sometimes it's what you see yourself. And maybe
58.
since he's cracked this different set of darts out of the case, he'll be seeing enough signs that it's going to give him the belief that he can get the job done here this week.
100.
He's played here enough times to know that he can't lose it today. He's got a long week ahead, and even if it doesn't work for him in Group A, he's still got a Group B
57.
or C campaign.
Jimmy Carr 167.
167 for McEwan. Isn't going to be fired in this time, although he has got space and time in this third leg of the encounter.
60. Jimmy Carr 107.
107 for McEwan. This was the finish that Verboort took out to beat Paul Lewis in the previous match. In the last leg decider. And McEwan's looking at double 14 to take this finish out to
93.
lead 2-1 against Brian Raman. Stupid fact that you don't need to know. 107 used to be the frequency of Portsmouth's most popular radio station.
59. Jimmy Carr 14.
2 sevens. He's had some
Game
fun
shot
there
on the
today,
third leg,
not.
Jim McEwan.
But eventually he finds a friend there and he leads 2-1.
Fourth leg rounded through first. Game on.
Well, we see on the back of
85.
the shirt there of Brian Raman, man nicknamed the Riddler. Well, I've just Googled a riddle for you, Henry. How many chocolate bars can you eat
54.
if your stomach is empty?
Quite a lot because I'm putting the pounds on.
100.
Do you want the answer?
Please.
1. Because after 1, your stomach is not empty.
Bet you're fun at parties.
92.
I'll tell you what, I'll do one of my own. Off the top of my head.
60.
What gets louder as it gets emptier?
Your head.
I'll give our friends in the chat room a leg to
135.
think about that.
$61.
Well, after what was a rip-roaring start to this contest, this game's just kind of plateaued a little bit, hasn't it? McEwan does have 6 here from 220 to get the break of a man and to lead 3-1. He'd then
61.
have the darts to win the match, but has left himself a 159 because of that single free with the last dart, and Raman is looking to punish.
133.
Finds 2 trebles there to leave himself on a 2-darter to square this contest up at 2 apiece. And suddenly the McEwan radar has just suddenly gone off a little bit to the right-hand side.
41. Brand new car 62.
Now, what a turnaround this is in this leg. Double 10.
Getting shot on
2-2
the
it is
fourth
in a leg
Brand
where it
new man.
looked like McEwan was destined to move 2 clear.
Fifth leg Jim to throw first. Game on. 85.
Shall I put you all out of your misery?
85.
Go on, let's hear it.
What gets louder as it gets emptier? Bottle of water. Because the bottle, if you drop it when it's full, makes a bit of a thud, but it's not
125.
loud. But you drop an empty bottle of water, it makes an almighty noise.
What?
140.
Have you ever dropped a bottle of water when it's empty and it just makes a really loud noise?
A louder one than a full bottle of water that's going to weigh like 30
45.
times more.
It's like kegs and vessels. They get loud as they get emptier. That's why you get the saying, empty vessels make the loudest noise.
128.
I'm not sure. We'll have to get Brian Raman to give us some. That could be a feature tomorrow, couldn't it? Riddles with Brian Raman.
84. Brand new car, 148.
148. Riddle me this, Brian. Riddle me that, Brian.
140.
What he is going to do is leave himself on a double after 12. And remember in the last leg when McEwan had 6 darts to move 3-1 to the good? Well, Raman here is going to leave himself on double 4 to move himself 3-2 up, and then he'd have the darts to win the match. But McEwan puts on sufficient enough pressure. Is it pressure that's going to be told? No is the answer. That sneaks in just about into the bottom corner. A man's 3-2 up, thrown for the match.
6-leg Brand through first. Game on.
Too happy about it, but he should be because he's a leg away now from the game. He squeezes it into the bottom corner. What's that? We're going to call that a Jude Bellingham now, are we? Squeezing it in, last dart in hand in the corner.
42.
Who else?
I actually like
57.
Aston Ralph's answer to it a lot better than yours. He says my belly, which is a great answer because as your belly gets emptier, it'll make more noise. Much better than a water bottle.
99.
Well, at least I didn't use Google for my riddle.
I wish you did.
58. $100.
A couple of trebles required for Raman to get him down to a finish. The equation stays the same.
85.
Can't dig himself out the hole on that occasion. McEwan can. McEwan can fill it. First maximum of the game for Jim McEwan, and what time to do it.
140.
The man piles on the pressure. This 80 has to go. Otherwise, he could be staring the wrong end of match darts. One dart at tops. Cannot get there.
60.
And so the man is back for 61 to pick up his first win this week on the Super Series stage. It's going to be one at tops.
41.
It doesn't go.
Jim car 20. Game shot on the 6th leg. Jim
And
McEwan
McEwan can hold his nerve to take us all the way to a last leg decider. It's our
7th and final
third
leg.
game
Jim
that's
just
gone the
through
distance
first.
in
Game
7.
on.
And the most important darts in these situations are darts 1, 2 and 3.
140.
Because you can see the reaction there on the face of Brian Raman. Almost a half smile.
99.
Feeling the opportunity may have passed it by. Knowing that there's nothing really you can do but hope that a mistake comes later in the leg. And there's no mistake coming here from McEwan.
140.
A significantly improved performance for Brian Raman, but it still may not be enough to register the first win of the week.
40.
And certainly from this position, 140 points clear, McEwan, and the darts in his hand. You don't expect to see him pass the chance by.
140.
Nor does Raman, very fidgety at the back of the stage. Almost in acceptance now of his fate.
But what a last leg this has been
from
from Jim McEwan, leaving himself on 81 after 9. Leaving a man in the dust.
Needs to be McEwan mistakes to give Raman any hope.
Double 12.
57.
Doesn't go, but there wasn't a necessity to this time.
94. Jimmy Nucar,
Trouble
24.
with the last, but McEwan 3 darts in hand at double 12 to win this encounter. He only needs the one, and Jim McEwan gets the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 3. That's Jim's second victory of the day. As for Brian Raman, he is still searching for that elusive first W. It was a better performance from the Riddler, but Jim McEwan putting in the performance of the day so far. 95.45 the average, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. 4-3 the victor in that one. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff and Timothy Verboort. Somebody's O has got to go.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
We are at the halfway point of our action on Monday here at the Modus Super Series. Game 8 signals the halfway point, and it sees the two players who have won both of their matches in the opening round go toe-to-toe as Timothy Verboort takes on Neil Duff. Timothy, by the skin of his teeth, making it 2 from 2. notching a 107 checkout on the last leg decider against Paul Lewis after he missed 2 match darts to win the contest. Neil Duff has also won a last leg decider against Lewis today. His other victory coming 4-2 against Jim McEwan. As for Verboort, Raman was the other player that he has beaten so far today. Well, they're both 2 from 2, but is it fair to say that Neil Duff has been playing the better darts of the pair so far today?
The more consistent of the pair, because there's been really good moments and flashes from Timothy Verboort, but
41.
It's all about consistency here, certainly in a Group A campaign. Neil Duff knows what it takes to win here. He's won many weeks
100.
Here. Not only won standard weeks, but he's also had some good fortune in the specials weeks here as well.
140.
He won the double trouble double start week back in February.
100.
And actually, we mentioned at the top of the show, or you were mentioned at the top of the show,
60.
when we looked at the odds for the group, and Scott Taylor at 11 to 10, you thought was too smaller price. So does that make the Neil Duff 3-1 too big a price in your opinion?
Well, yeah, if the one's wrong, the other one's got to be wrong as well, hasn't it? That's sort of how odds come across and how they work.
$140.
But you do feel this is the lap of fixtures where we're starting to see the players tune things up. Raman and McEwan both putting in their performances of the day. And Verboort doing the same here. And he will get a shot to break the Neil Duff throw at the first opportunity.
And so double 12. And here's a 13 dart break for Timothy Verboort. He moves 1-0 to the good against Neil Duff.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on. $100.
Now, Neil Duff, long time WDF men's #1. Was overtaken
100.
a couple of weeks ago by the Kiwi, Ben Robb. Still #2 in that particular order of merit. Actually, it's a order of merit, the WDF main men's
60.
ranking system, which is dominated by players in Australia and New Zealand. In matter of fact, for the top 7 players in that particular system are
100.
Australians or Kiwis. Ben Robb #1, Danny Porter, Peter Machin, great player here. I'd like to see him here one day. 5th, and then Brandon Reening 7th.
$100. Timothy Car 161.
161 for Timothy. He's got 6 from here.
61.
Well, we said about consistency being the key, but
139.
Brewers really rose his levels here in this game. Tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the
He
second
got
leg.
very fortunate in the last game, Timothy Verboort, when he got over the line against Paul Lewis.
Third leg, Neil to throw first.
There's
Game
nothing
on.
fortunate about this for Timothy. This is quality.
Well, he's averaging 107.36 here.
55.
Ironically, 107 was the finish that he saved his skin with against Paul Lewis when he walked off stage. Taking up the 107 for the match.
60.
And Neil Duff himself has raised the levels. The issue is he's not raised it enough in comparison to what Timothy's putting in.
45. $100. $140.
Duff taking control of this third leg.
60.
Can he sandwich one in the middle of those two? No, is the answer. Goes wide off the radar.
It'd be a time for a couple of big power trebles for Verboort. Unable to find, but he's kind of done the damage already. This is a bit of a bonus leg. The damage has been done in the fact he's already got the breaker throw from Neil Duff.
41.
And that slip from Duff means that Timothy Verboort is guaranteed 6 darts now at the 181.
100.
See, I like the 19s on that last dart. Even a single 19 leaves the 82. Gives you the 25 and the ball as an option to get down to the finish. This one might mean you're finishing on the ball unless you can find the treble.
And the bullseye it is. Didn't even entertain the treble and then finds the bullseye brilliantly, perfectly in the middle of the diddle. It solved the riddle and Verboort is 3-0 up.
This is some step up in performance. This is quality.
180.
Second maximum of the game. We could be on for a bit of an upset here.
121.
Has won both of his games so far, but with averages of 77 and 75. This one over the 100 mark and has been running over the 100 mark for the entirety of the game. Neil Duff really has walked into one here.
Timothy in a frenzy.
81.
And now has 6 on 236 to cross the finishing line to seal a 4-0 success against the former Lakeside champion.
135.
This really would be a sizable scalp. He's already beaten the 4-time Lakeside champ, He's thrashed on that stage before in his Super Series career. He could add another former winner on that fabled stage right here, right now. If he can pin the 101. He's going to get a dart at double 12 to do exactly that and to have done it in a dozen darts.
He's got time on his hands. Neil Duff, nowhere to be seen at the moment.
140.
He's himself in striking range, but he needs misses.
Double 6. What a performance. What a victory for Timothy Verboort. He beats Neil Duff by 4 legs to 0. Doing so with a 100.2 average, getting the job done in 60 darts. And the way he walks off the stage, you made it look as if it was just another game. It was just business-like from him. He beats Neil Duff by 4 legs to 0. He moves top of the table on to 6 points. Coming up after the break, Scott Taylor takes on Paul Lewis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have reached the final game of the third round of fixtures, and it sees Paul Lewis and Scott Taylor going toe-to-toe. Taylor, who picked up his first victory of the week last time out against Brian Raman by 4-1, it's open to double that tally up against Paul Lewis, who missed a couple of match starts to beat Timothy Verboort in his previous match, and he's just averaged in excess of a ton, 100.2 in a 4-0 success against Neil Duff. 4 from 7 on the doubles, including a ton checkout. It was a real good performance from the Belgian. But now all eyes are on the former champion, Scott Taylor, to see whether he can make it 2 wins from 3 and salvage what has been a below-par start for the man from Bolton.
1-7 though, the odds on Scott Taylor. Massive favourite to win this, and I think we've seen better from Paul Lewis to suggest that he should be against a 1-7 shot. And you'd say by now he should have somehow realised what he's got to do.
$45.
Now, you may pick up on a little reference there if you're a fan of your Oasis music. The man on stage right now, Paul Lewis, is actually a singer.
140.
In a little group called Oasis, which are an Oasis tribute band. And we've been checking them out this morning, haven't we, Henry? We've been listening to some Oasis.
It's a good way to prepare for the working day.
He used to be in an 80s tribute band. So he's been a singer for some time, and that's one of the reasons he stepped away from the sport of darts, because he had a choice to make: was it darts or music? And music was a guarantee. There wasn't these sort of opportunities. And this is an opportunity to break the throw of Scott Taylor.
Scott the car 20.
And so Taylor double 10 to make it 1-0. Well, this has been a troublesome double for him today. And once again, 3 darts to that target go a-begging. It's double 8 for Paul Lewis. 2 8s for Lewis to break in a meeting between Taylor and Lewis.
Second leg, Paul through first.
Yeah, he's just got to roll with it and take his time, hasn't he?
You're going to say what you say, and you're not going to let anybody get in your way, are you?
37.
I mean, we did know this information at the start of the day. We just thought we'd wait for the moment.
140.
It appears that moment's now.
Let me just give you a little bit of an insight into working alongside Matthew Edgar.
92.
Matt has spent the whole morning with this page in his notepad, just almost highlighted, circled, just ready to go at any point. And the smile on his face right now he's been able to say that. He's like a kid ready for Christmas.
$96. $92. Scott the car 130.
Needs a treble. Finds it. Bullseye for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Big finish there for Scott Taylor. Big moment.
Third leg, Scott.
He doesn't need to look back in anger at Paul Lewis. I'm going to stop.
And after all, the scoreline is 1-1.
85.
Big moment though, that.
78.
Big moment, big finish. The context of the moment, the context of everything there. That is why
60.
Scott Taylor is so highly regarded here at the Super Series. Because Paul Lewis was giving him a big challenge, a big scare. He had to break a throw.
81.
I think we both were at the week that Scott Taylor won before he won the Champions Week. And his timing at key points, and it had to be
60.
on point, because he had David Evans in that week, who was doing all sorts of crazy things.
78.
Unfortunately for David that week. He couldn't quite get his ducks in a row.
It's not rattled Paul Lewis, though.
59.
Paul Lewis showing the appreciation for the shot. He knew how big the moment was. He gave Scott Taylor a bit of a fist bump and then has got back on it again here, Paul Lewis.
95.
Said everyone sort of raising their levels in that last lap of fixtures, and the two players on
95.
stage following suit. We are starting to get the Group A we thought we was going to have at the start of the day.
Fire up the furnace, Matt, because
100.
the action is heating up.
Car 142.
And Taylor, having already pinned the 130 in the previous leg, is looking for the 142 in this. But he's unable to find, and so Lewis is going to catch a break and hoping to get the break if he can pin the 69.
116.
He's left himself on double 10, Taylor, just in case. Paul Hinks just double checking.
122. For the car 69.
Bullseye. Couldn't quite
32.
pitch it as perfectly as Timothy did in the previous
20.
match.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Taylor
Scott
converts. He leads 2-1.
Fourth leg Paul through first. Game on. $100.
Paul Lewis, even if he is to go down here to Scott Taylor, I think he'll take a lot, not just from this performance, but from what he's done so far today. He has lost both of his fixtures so far, but they have both been by 4 legs to 3.
99.
He's knocking on the door of his first win on that Super Series stage, and I think the encouraging thing now is that the levels, the standard,
85.
the consistency, it's all starting to gel together.
However, unlike the postcode lottery, Paul Lewis is knocking on the door, but he hasn't quite rang the victory bell
46.
yet.
$60.
And Scott Taylor here is just keeping on, isn't he? Average around the 90 mark, hasn't really dovetailed above or below that, really.
96.
But he's stepping up here, Scott, at the crucial moments.
160.
Forcing Paul Lewis into a big moment, but the 160 isn't going to go. And so Taylor back for 91 for the break of
95.
throw and a
Got the
3-1
car,
lead. You
91.
then have the darts to win this contest. Double. Oh, it's
Getting shot on the
superb
fourth
from
leg.
Scott Taylor. He is finding everything in range right now. He breaks the throw of Paul Lewis to
Fifth leg
move
Scott
3-1
to
up,
first. Game
and
on.
now has the darts to win the match.
You've got to feel a little bit for Paul Lewis. He's not doing much wrong. He's playing well, but the 130 from Scott
125.
Taylor, the 107 to win the match from Timothy Verbrew in the last game, the double there from Scotty
100.
T. He's doing good things, is Paul Lewis. He's there. He's ready to strike. He's just
97.
not had the opportunity to present itself. However, the last 2 games on paper of Jim McEwan and Brian Raman, you'd say it's not going to get any easier. But on the evidence of what we're seeing today, an opportunity may present itself around the corner.
100.
Our second maximum of the game, 1 apiece.
Is it also confident that it looks like players
60.
are playing or raising their levels against him? Neil Duff played one of his better games against him. Scott Taylor is playing like a man possessed right now, and he's playing like a man who feels like the victory is just round the corner. It could be a matter of a couple of darts away if this 161
122.
doesn't go.
For the car 161.
And so Scott Taylor, having
96.
lost
Got the
his
car 57.
first game 4-0, now stands on the cusp of back-to-back wins if he can nail double 10. A superb
Game shot on the
performance from Scott Taylor. That's more like the former champion. An average of 93.64. That 130 really did rattle the cage of Paul Lewis, and from that point onwards, it was all about Scotty T, who wins with glee. He wins by 4 legs to 1. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Probably the best contest we've seen so far today. However, round 3 has yielded some real good games. Taylor winning 4-1 against Paul Lewis. Round 4 will kickstart with Raman against Duff in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of matches on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Taylor beat Lewis by 4 legs to 1. Scott Taylor beating Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 1. But so far, so good for Timothy Verboort. He has won all 3 of his matches on this Monday morning. Beating Neil Duff 4-0 in the last one inflicted the first defeat upon the Duff man. So this is how the table looks after 3 rounds of matches. We'll go top of the table, 6 points to his name. McEwan, Taylor and Duff winning 2 from 3, whilst both Paul Lewis and Brian Raman are looking to get their first victories on the board. Raman, who improved dramatically from game 2 to game 3, takes on Neil Duff, who so far today has been playing in and around that late 80 range, and that was where Raman dragged his average up to in that 4-3 defeat to Jim McEwan in his previous match. But for Neil, he was just on the receiving end of a fantastic performance from Timothy. He didn't even get a double. Timothy averaging 100.2 in that game, 4 from 7 on the doubling. As for Raman, there were signs, wasn't there, last time out that things were beginning to move in the right direction.
Change of equipment as well, wasn't it, last time out for Brian Raman from what he used in game 1 and 2, and it was a much improved performance, going down 4 legs to 3 in the end to Jim McEwan. But there'll be encouragement. That's the key word, encouragement. And how will that transfer now for Brian Raman?
125.
The darts going in firmer, deeper, good sound. But he is a Up against a man at the moment who's up towards the very top end of the system of which Brian Raman is currently applying his trade. That one, the WDF circuit.
100.
Perfect start to this game from Neil Duff, but he'll only go 4 deep into the 9.
140.
Neil also, interestingly, because he played in that competition yesterday, made a conscious decision not to play those
60.
ADC Championship Tour events where he was hanging on the cusp of a qualification spot for the Global Championship in December on the back off. Him and Thomas Banks are toying between 4th and 5th.
85.
Thomas has now gone top of those particular rankings. Remember, the top 8 as well actually get to play in a finals day here in November. Top 4 get a place
180. Neil
in
the car,
the
96.
Global Championship. Duff looking for the 96. He's already taken this out today. Double 9 for 12.
87. Brand new car, 36.
If that would have gone, Phil Raman would be wondering if he's crossed any black cats or walked under any ladders.
Getting shown in the first leg, Brian Raman.
Let himself a double after 12, goes out in 15, a good leg again, more positive signs for Brian Raman.
Game on.
And it's not just the signs in regards to the darts and where they landed, it also seems to be very much in the body language as well of
60.
Brian Raman. Seems to be a little bit further away now from frustration, where at times it just looked like he was going to be a step away from boiling over.
92.
Yeah, just mentioning that ADC Championship Tour. As I mentioned, the top 8 play in a specials day here at the Live
100.
Loud. Top 4 get spots at the Global Championship. The current top 4 that will get both of those particular invitations are Thomas Banks, Gary Stone, Joe Crofton, Andy Bolton. And then the other 4 spots that fill out the Championship Tour finals day is Bradley Brooks, Charlie
43.
Martin, Neil Duff, and Darryl Pilgrim, who picked up a title at the weekend.
45.
When it comes to the
32.
WADC, well, Lisa Ashton has jumped a fair few places as a result of her
54.
3 wins at the weekend.
$77.
Planning to show it now, top of that particular order of merit, from Vicky Poom in second. Gemma Hayter, Angela Kirkwood, Lisa Ashton, Dieter Hedman, Eleanor Cairns, and Lorraine
99.
Hyde pack out the top 8. It's the top 2 from that order of merit that qualify for the Global Championship in December.
99. Brand new car, 152.
To double his lead. Not going to go on this occasion.
65. Neil the car, 90.
Rounds it off quite nicely there, though. Good use of the ball.
60.
And that means
Brian
now he
O'Carr,
needs singles
87.
to get himself a shot at the ball for the leg. And the frustration now is on the side of Neil Duff.
Double 18. 2-0
on the
Raman. He
second
gets the
leg,
break
Raman.
of throw against the former Lakeside champ.
Third leg, Brandon through first. Game on.
This would have been the semi-final at that particular tournament if Raman wasn't beaten by Richard Veenstra, who didn't win the tournament, but probably was
58.
the player of the tournament in terms of performances.
$140. $99. $100.
Raman will have one more game still to go today. That will be against Paul Lewis. Another player down towards the bottom end of the table with
134.
Raman. Lewis will be up next, taking on Jim McEwan, former series champion.
28.
As we get into the back end of day number 1 here at the Super Series. Again, that first start for Raman inviting.
121.
Bit of an argument there to potentially stay and try and fill the treble 20.
140. Round your car 89.
For 3-0. May just be a dart of the balls out of the back of this. It's going to be double 5, the double of choice, the double that's
on the
found.
third
The
leg,
man
Raman.
races into a 3-0 lead against Neil Duff, and now a leg away
Fourth leg
from
Neil
his
is
first
with
win of the
first.
day.
Game on.
Significantly better here from Raman, but Neil Duff may be wondering why him, because Timothy Verboort in the last game really raised his
100.
levels to an average over 100 for the majority of the game, ending on a 100.20 against Neil Duff when he left the stage, a 4-0
100.
defeat. And it could be the same again here. But Neil Duff has other ideas.
140.
When you get a reputation like Neil has in this building, does that then give you a target on your back and players suddenly play better against you?
57.
Yeah, it gives them that reason to win, doesn't it? If you think about the events in the past, remember when Phil Taylor used to lose? That was the headline.
100.
Same in peak Van Gerwen era.
100.
People like to have
Neil the car
that
161.
player to beat, and maybe they're eyeing up Neil Duff as being that guy. Bullseye for a leg on the board. He leaves the finish.
125.
Wayward
Round your car
shot.
164.
Raman to get the job done. He's not going to do it. Neil Duff, a chance to
94. Neil the car 36.
save the game.
Double 18, and now double 9.
Gain shown
Finds
the
it to
fourth
keep
leg.
himself
Neil
in the
Duff.
contest and forces Brian Raman to win this match.
Fifth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
It's actually Brian's throwing the 5th leg. And so Neil, in the middle of that
Fifth
visit,
leg
just
Brian to throw
realised that
first.
that was the
Game
case.
on.
Retrieved dart 2, and now Brian gets the opportunity to throw for the match. All's well but ends well.
I love the fact that Brian Raman, by looking at his demeanour, he knew about it. He just weren't saying anything. He's just like, I'll
140.
just stand back and wait and let this happen. May have let Neil Duff throw the first 3 darts and said no.
$100.
Well, there was a famous incident between Wes Newton and Cristo Reyes, wasn't there,
59.
at the World Championship?
Yes, that was regarding the bullseye rule, wasn't it? Yeah.
45.
Really good player was Cristo. Going to see a player from Gibraltar play this week in Craig
140.
Galliano. Makes Gibraltar the 34th different nation to be represented at the Super Series.
45.
Time on the side of Raman. The damage has been done. He just needs to cross the line. Needs to drive
58.
the advantage home. He's going to have maybe more time than he
100.
thought. Another 6
Round
starts if he needs them here at the
104.
104.
Harry would have loved to finish with a flourish,
56.
but at this present moment in time, it's all about just getting the win on the board for Raman. Just give himself a platform on which to build upon.
140. Round your car 48.
And he's 48 points away from doing exactly that. Double 16.
16.
2 match darts have
Neil
come and
Car
gone.
71.
Neil Duff has done well to get himself into this position because Raman was clear.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Neil Duff.
And that is a big back end of the leg there for Neil Duff.
6th leg
Raman,
nailed it through first.
58-56. He couldn't take out the 48 where Duff turned 140, 71 in 2. Are we seeing
100.
a real turnaround here?
And suddenly, when you're in Raman's corner where you haven't won a game, this is where the
83.
lingering doubt will begin to creep into the mind.
This is where panic kicks in. And that's all it is, panic. You just want the job done. You want the win on the board. It's just
100.
about keeping that composure. So easy to sit here and say. But you do then start
28.
to count down the chances. You feel legs like this are then gone. You then start thinking about the last leg where the first 3 darts become so important. You start writing off sections of the game. You start writing them off far too quickly.
97.
But this is a little bit of panic here for Raman.
46.
And suddenly, from complete and utter obscurity, Neil Duff is 204 points away from forcing a last leg
60.
decider. And you could argue from that point onwards, he would be the favourite to win this darts match.
$100. Neil Carr, 144.
He's not going to take out the 144 Duff to take us all the way, but what he is going to do is set
96.
up to fine tune. He's going to leave himself on 48 upon his return to take us all the way. Remember, he was 3-0 behind in this match.
38. Neil Carr, 48.
And he could force a last leg decider here if he can find Old Faithful. Double 10.
38.
Now the doubts creep in.
$55. Neil Carr, 10. Game shot on the 6th leg, Neil Duff.
Well, the way this game's gone, we're about
Seventh
to see the
final
most
leg,
important
grinded
3
through
darts
first,
of the
game
game.
on. 99.
Saves it with the last start in hand there, Brian Raman. And that will be relief. Because Neil Duff is hitting him back hard right now.
60.
Advantage, Raman.
When you're in the position Neil's in and you've come back from 3-0 down, is there a
100.
feeling that if your opponent gets the better of that last leg, you feel like all the hard work you've done has been undone in one go?
Oh, absolutely. And that's sometimes
59.
one of the doubts you have. You think, don't do all this just to lose at the end. But Raman's done the damage now.
59.
Just a treble, a throw would have been enough. Anything less just gives Neil Duff a bit of hope.
85. $58.
One thing I've also found interesting with Brian today is in his previous appearance here, he did go rather extrovertedly in terms of finding leads or going for particular shots. There's been none of that today.
137.
Well, Neil Duff first to a finish. Raman, you feel, should be to a better one. He's actually to a very good one, a
134.
potential
Neil Carr,
2-darter. Neil
160.
Duff all of a sudden. You feel this has to go. And it might go.
It's tops.
140.
And that would have been
Daniel
to
Carr,
run it in the most
51.
sumptuous style from 3-0 behind. And so Brian Raman will breathe a sigh of relief
Game
by
shot
pinning
on
the
the
double
match, Brian
16 and getting his first win on the board. At 3-0, it looked like it was one-way traffic, but Neil Duff had other ideas. Forced a last leg decider, which Brian Raman gets over the line in eventually. 4-3 the final score, and that was despite Neil Duff having an average 6 points better than that of the Belgian. But have a look at those double stats. That's where the game was decided. 3 from 13 for Neil Duff, 4 from 9 for Raman, And it is the Belgian that picks up his first points. Coming up after the break, Paul Lewis and Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brian Raman got his first win on the board this week, getting the better of Neil Duff in a last leg decider by 4-3. And so we are 2/3 of the way through our Monday morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are going to watch Jim McEwan and Paul Lewis go toe-to-toe on the fabled stage in our 11th duel of this session. As far as today is concerned, Paul Lewis is the only player to not win a game so far. However, can count himself very unlucky about the fact that he's still on nil par. He took Neil Duff and Timothy Verboort to last leg deciders, and it was only a 107 checkout from Timothy, which saw him lose that match. He had actually spurnt 2 darts at double 16 to win that particular encounter. He was then on the wrong end of a real good performance from Scott Taylor, who averaged 93.64 last time out. Lewis averaging in excess of 90 himself. But I suppose
95.
We will, for the first time, have a look at the reset mentality of Paul, because he's had opportunities, he's had chances, and he's probably thinking, if I just carry on playing the way I am, at some point it's going to muster something.
That's what he should be thinking, but just get a very hard thing to do when you're in that situation, in that mode, to not think that you need to find more and don't push. It's very easy to get in that mode where you just keep hunting for more, trying for more, chasing more, and ultimately you always find that little bit less.
Particularly when you're on debut, can you want it too much?
Absolutely.
121.
And I would say that with a lot of players, but I don't get that vibe though with Paul Lewis. I get the vibe that he's a guy that's just really enjoying himself.
95.
Yes, you can visibly see the signs of stress. We could hear that from him before a dart was thrown this morning. He was openly admitting to feeling very nervous.
34.
he's handling it extremely well. Just smiling it off.
83.
And hoping to, like Taylor Swift, shake it off. Otherwise, he could have a cool summer's week here in Portsmouth. He'd be hoping to be spending a fortnight in Portsmouth in this phase, because he'd be hoping to make it through to Champions Week.
170.
But can he nail the fish? He's got 6 up here to do so. He's going to need the 6 to reel off the first leg against
100.
the former champion Jim McEwan. We've perhaps seen get off to slow starts in matches, but that's arrested that. McEwan's leaving himself on double 5.
$38. Jim Lucar 10.
The 180 there for Jim McEwan. Ploy a lot of players do. Get the noise, get the lights, get that little distraction. But wow, that one is nearly in the tyre.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Jim McEwan.
It was a great marker, wasn't it?
Second leg, Jim.
Well, it's that far away, it can't be a distraction. I know they say 1 up, 1 in, but that's an extreme example.
Most important thing, though, for Jim McEwan and
100.
friends, supporters and backers of McEwan is that he got that breaker throw.
$140.
Because Paul Lewis right now must be thinking, I feel like I'm doing everything right. However, whatever the other person's doing is just seemingly better than what I'm doing.
He's very close, isn't he, to the required standard of this group. He's so close. I mean, you can see that in his results.
$100.
I just feel that maybe the pace of the game won't suit Paul Lewis here, because he's very quick to the hockey, he gets his darts out, he's back behind McEwan before McEwan's even thrown a dart. In contrast to that, McEwan only just stopped moving at the point Paul Lewis has thrown 2 darts. See there, before the darts even hit the board, Lewis is in that waiting position.
92. Paul Ricard 170.
He left it in the last leg. He may have to reel it in this leg. He may reel it in this leg. Not after dart 2, he won't.
98. Jim Ricard 69.
Oh, he misses the big number.
29.
Which means he doesn't get a chance at Old Faithful. And Paul Lewis will get a dart at tops.
32.
Again,
Jim McCall,
just
40.
on the wire. And this is the very small margins we're talking about at the difference between where Paul Lewis is at the moment and where he wants to be.
The second leg, Jim McEwan.
It's a harsh lesson, but it's a lesson learnt.
Third leg, Paul through first.
McEwan is 2-0 to the good.
$58. $140.
That's the beauty of these tapered barrels that Jim McEwan uses. It just allows him that really tight grouping.
140.
And that one sat beautifully in the middle of the treble. When Jim McEwan is on song,
100.
expect at least another one in there. But he did tell us at the start of the day when you had a chat with him, Henry, that he's not quite been as active on the board. He's been having a bit of a
95.
break recently. And those signs just showing themselves at times. But this, again, sat beautifully in the board for McEwan. Can he use it this time? Can he fill it up?
180.
Averaging in excess of 101 right now. 101.5 the average of Jim McEwan. He's on for a potential 11 darter to get the double
94,
break and to
Jim
put
McEwan,
himself
81.
3-0 to the goods.
For an 11 dart leg. It is in, Jim. Double 12. Double 6.
75.
Jim,
For the car,
is not in.
114.
Now these are the moments where Paul Lewis has got to make hay. And it's double 17 for the
Getting shown the
114.
third
That
leg.
is
Paul
superb.
Lewis.
Perfection from Paul Lewis. It's his first tud topper.
Paul
Brings
Jim
it back
to
to
go
2-1 after McEwan spurred the opportunity to go 3 up.
Game on.
And this is what I mean, how close Paul Lewis is to the standard. That was for an 11, and then for a 12 darter there from Jim McEwan. He lost the leg.
100.
Well, the Sharks really are in the tank now, aren't they?
39.
Sensing blood, sensing opportunities. From what was a lukewarm start, we have really heated up here.
77.
And nobody likes it lukewarm, do they?
$55.
For Paul Lewis, though, he's going to have to find a breaker throw at some point. In these short format games, you don't get too many
100.
opportunities.
$60.
So McEwan, 6 starts on 2-2-4 to open up a 3-1 lead.
$140.
Well crafted 140 there. Leaves himself on a 2 darter after a dozen darts.
60. Junior car 84.
Time on the side of McEwan on this occasion. In the last leg, this is all the darts he got to throw. 12.
$72.
But pretty much the same equation here with McEwan. Leads the double 12, misses the 12. Can he recover the situation
80.
on the double
Junior car
6?
12.
Horrible deflection there for Paul Lewis, has just gave McEwan 6 at the sixes.
And he
Game
only
shown the
needs a
fourth
couple
leg, Jim McEwan.
to move himself 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg,
Having
Paul
just
is
under
through first.
97 right
Game
now
on.
is McEwan. 3 from 9 on the doubles. The last 2 games, he really has stepped it up.
58.
I think we'll put that first match against Scott Taylor, although of course he won it 4-0. We'll put the performance down to a little bit of ring rust, but ever since then, 88 average in that defeat to Duff, 95 average against Raman, averaging
53.
now 94 on the back of that visit against Paul Lewis. He was quoted as 7-2 third favourite to win this group at the beginning of the day. Actually,
137.
if you look at the odds for the week, granted this was before we announced Craig Galliano came in for Kevin Painter, McEwan was quoted at 7-1, 4th favourite to win the week. In case you're wondering what the odds compilers were saying before Dart was thrown, they had Scott Taylor at 2-1,
59.
John Worsley at 4s, and Neil Duff at 6s. Although we should state that that came before the news that we broke at the top of the show
25.
that Kevin Painter has withdrawn and been replaced by Craig Galliano. So there could be some stipulation on those odds as we enter tomorrow morning, which we will give to you on the Super Series YouTube channel.
125. $60.
Open door for McEwan. He's taking the opportunity, he's taking the chance. He's first to the finish.
135.
So McEwan, 129 points away.
96.
Make 4-1
Jimmy
win.
Carr, 129.
To move on to 6 points, everyone free from his first 4 games. And this performance may well be the best of the lot. Goes double-double, but couldn't find with dart 1.
77. Paul Carr, 125.
I expect to see him start on the ball and 25 segment. Treble 20 for tops. A long, long way off.
48.
He may be a long
Jimmy
way
Carr,
off the top of the
52.
table here because it might be a 4th defeat in a row. But Paul Lewis.
His tops for the match for Jim McEwan to complete a
on the match,
4-1
Jim McEwan.
victory, and a real good display that from Chucky. Average just under 95, 40% on the finishing. For Paul Lewis, he had chances, he had opportunities, they were restrictive. Taking out the 114, then missed starts to double to win legs 1 and legs 2, but McEwan from that point onwards, well, he strolled into the sunset, didn't he? Sealing a 4-1 success against Paul Lewis. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Timothy Verboort up against Scott Taylor.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12 dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to enter the final game from the fourth cycle of matches, and it sees Timothy Verboort up against Scott Taylor, the Belgian, the only player to have a 100% record so far in this group, but he is now joined on 6 points alongside Jim McEwan, who got the better of Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 1. Real good performance that from the former champion, averaging just a shade under 95, 40% on the doubles. McEwan, after what was a slow start against Scott, really is motoring into gear. Well, as for Scott Taylor, he himself is beginning to find the groove somewhat, but Timothy has been the most streamlined player that we've seen so far today.
140.
And put in the performance of the day. Last time out he played, averaging 100.2 against Neil Duff in a 4-0 win, as Scott Taylor kickstarts this match with a max.
96.
And isn't going to go any further than that in this first leg.
96.
Well, at the beginning of the day in the betting, this was the favourite to win the group up against the outsider. Taylor was 11 to 10 on to win this group before a dart was thrown in anger. Before the first dart was thrown this morning, Timothy was 25 to 1 to win this group. I get a feeling he's not going to be that tomorrow morning.
He certainly has shown that step up. We see this all the time, don't we? Players come here to the Super Series, and we look forward to seeing what they can bring to the table on a second visit. But
Scott Taylor.
he's up here against one of the top players here at the Super Series in 2024.
And that's an 11 darter to start for Scott Taylor.
96.
Well, this is a rip-roaring start, isn't it? I know it's only early days, but both players are averaging in excess of 120 right now.
58.
I can tell you that Scott Taylor's no longer averaging in excess of 120. Neither will Timothy at this rate. Commentators
64.
curse. Maybe sometimes it's best if I shut up.
I've been telling you that for ages.
$29.
Well, I'm glad I got the averages bit in early.
140.
Grimace on the face of Scott Taylor, that snarl. Very John Part-esque.
58. Scott Lucar, 126.
That snarl when he starts playing well and he starts playing at his best. Treble. Leaves the ball. Wayward.
85.
But
Timothy Lucar, 170.
it'll take perfection here for Timothy to cause any problem, and that's a long way off of perfection.
You could tell when Scott Taylor's playing well because you
40.
see just
Scott
that
Lucar,
bite of the
41.
bottom lip. 2 12s
Getting
for
shot on the
2-0.
second leg. Scott
This is a
Taylor.
superb performance right now from Scott Taylor. 28
Good
darts to
activity
take
to
out
go
the
first.
first 2
Game on.
legs, averaging 107.36.
$76.
But every single time we watch Scott Taylor here at the Super Series, he always puts in a big performance.
90.
Yeah, he's got that in the locker, hasn't he? And he's comfortable up there on the stage.
140.
Well, there's the fabled stage. You could be here on a Saturday night watching the action on that
44.
famous hockey. Scan that QR code, takes you to a website called dartshot.tv where you can ascertain your tickets to any Saturday night in Series
100.
8 and indeed into the early autumn. Champions Night is the 31st of August. There will be another special Saturday after
100.
that. So if you do fancy coming down and enjoying darts in the sun in Portsmouth, then
45.
what better time than now to do that? You can have a good afternoon down the seafront. Maybe see Matthew Edgar in the arcade. And then enjoy some top quality darts on
140 to
Saturday.
the 140.
It's where Timothy wants to be. So I'm going to find the 140. However,
90. Scott Lecard 127.
127 is not going to be found by Scott Taylor. So Verboort here.
49.
He's got an opportunity to put it back to 2-1 if he can find the 50. But he's missed the big number, so he's going to have to spurn one here. Double 16. Naim fires into the wrong
Scott
double.
Lecard 78.
For a double break of throw. Should get one at his favourite tops. He's got that right on the bottom wire.
43.
And it seemed to be a bit of a problem there for Scott Taylor.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Timothy
practice makes
Verboort.
perfect, and that's exactly what happened for Timothy there. Back to 2-1, but he's going to have to
Fourth leg Scott to
find the
first.
break at some
Game on.
point. Surely it's a max.
140.
I think he was expecting it himself. You know when he's feeling good. When those lips tightly clasped.
121.
Can you think of a better snarler than John Part over the years? I think Scott Taylor might be putting
140.
himself in the category of top snarlers.
97.
You'll have to let me have a bit of time to think about that.
180.
This is an incredible performance for Scott Taylor. He's on potentially for his second 11 darter of the contest.
59. Scott Lecard 41.
Averaging 105. And flying. And 3-1 in
Game shot on the
front,
fourth
courtesy
leg,
of his
Scott Taylor.
second 11 darter of the match.
Fifth leg Timothy to throw first. Game on.
It's not solid, it's brilliant. Brilliant darts from Scotty T.
180.
But Timothy, he's not just going to lie down and take it. He's coming back with some of his own. And this is a sort of game where you expect to
96.
see the best of Scott Taylor, when he's been challenged, when he's been pushed, when someone's hitting him hard. This is as hard as you can hit anybody in this game.
180.
The hardest hit possible, the haymaker blow, the 9 darter is on. He's 3 darts away
40,
from his own slice of
141.
Super Series history.
But dart 7 goes a-begging. Jared Cole, incidentally, the
43.
last player to hit a 9 darter under this roof. Although, of course, 9 darters only count for one leg, don't they?
125. Timothy
Jared
Lecard
didn't actually
98.
qualify for his group that time. Double 19. Straight
Game
forward,
shot on the
straight
fifth
in.
leg.
And that's an
Timothy
11
Verboort.
darter, a Timothy's own. What a game this is becoming. 3 11 darters.
Sixth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, have a look at that. Those are the numbers. Scott Taylor, 101. Timothy Verboort, 94.5.
140.
This is a proper contest.
97.
The
140.
140 hitting of Scott here is ridiculous. 7 of them in this game.
60.
And if he finds another one, he could be on for yet another 11 darter.
44.
He's got the luxury of that mistake, barring the 180 from Timothy, which isn't going to go.
100. $95.
Gets himself down to a handy 2 darter.
And this is to put the hammer down on what has
92.
been one of
Scott
the
Lecard,
best
82.
games we have seen here at the Super Series in a long while. Double 14. Now double 7. Scott Taylor
Game showing
wins
the
an
match, Scott Taylor.
absolute corker. A game which saw 311 darters, which saw Scott Taylor average in excess of a ton, and Timothy's been beaten for the first time, and he averaged 93.5. Have a look at that tail on the tape. Have a look at those stats. Look at it. Marvel over it. And I hope you enjoyed every single second of it, because that was a tungsten treat. Scott Taylor winning by 4 legs to 2 to round off the 4th cycle of matches. Coming up after the break, Paul Lewis and Brian Raman. Follow that, guys!
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 4 rounds from 5 have been completed on this Monday morning before the break. Scott Taylor winning the best game we've seen today, beating Timothy Verboort by 4 legs to 2. Jim McEwan put in another good performance against Paul Lewis, whilst Brian Raman picked up his first win against Neil Duff. This is how things look going into the final round of fixtures. 3 players tied on 6 points at the top of the table. McEwan, Verboort and Taylor all winning 3 from 4. Duff won his first 2 but has lost his last 2. Brian Raman looking to join him on 4 points. If he get the better of Paul Lewis, who hasn't won a game yet, but it's done pretty much anything but win a game so far today. There's been a lot of good stuff that he could take out of today, but can he take a win into Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? We're going to find out over these next 7 legs or so, and we're going to do it in the company of Primetime Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I think there's a lot of intriguing factors going into this one. Paul Lewis has certainly played better than his results would suggest. He's gone down by 4-3 in 2 of the games. He's averaged 91 in a game. He's had match darts. It's
First
been
leg, Paul is through first.
so near
Game on.
for Paul Lewis. And if you're looking on the balance of play and looking for somebody on the stats who he may be looking at as a potential win, you'd look at Raman, but
96.
Raman did pick up the back end of the day. He's went down 4-3 and then won his last time out. Since changing the darts, has been
96.
averaging around the 86 mark. So you feel like Paul Lewis is going to have to just try and ignore what's happened today. Keep that level of consistency.
60.
Don't push it. Just trust that action.
58.
Hope that the opportunities present themselves along the way. Feel like Raman's probably dodged his biggest
62.
scare. He was 3-0 up in that game against Neil Duff before Neil Duff brought it back to 3 apiece, and Raman winning a last leg shootout.
93.
Raman wins this game and he moves on to 4 points for the day. He will feel like that was a great salvage job after the way things began for him.
134.
Oh, absolutely. And he'll put that down to the change of equipment. He'll be able to invest that positivity
60.
into the darts.
For the car, 149.
149 for Paul Lewis. Going to find the treble 19, which would have given him a dart at double 16. But what he is going to do is set himself up perfectly to leave double 8 to Poddy's return.
96. For the car, 16.
2 big power visits have earned this chance for Paul Lewis.
Getting shot on the first leg, Paul Lewis.
That's it, with a last start in hand.
Second leg, Brian through first. Game on.
He mentioned at the beginning of the day that one of the things he'd like to do on the back of this week is play well enough to harbour an automatic invite. Well, if he plays to this level for 5 days on end, then he's going to give himself a very good chance to say to the selectors, hey, I'm good enough for this.
123.
There's a very different demeanour about Brian Raman in this game.
137.
It's a very steely, sort of focused, determined look about him. Maybe very well aware of the situation that Paul hasn't won a game yet, but is a dangerous threat.
But also from his perspective, could he also, when you look at the league table, get the sense that this could be not an all or nothing
79.
game, but a game that if he loses, he finds his back against the wall, whereas if he wins, he's in a very good suit.
Oh, absolutely.
44.
He's played here enough, he's watched this enough, he knows the situation. He's got a little bit of a buffer on the scoreboard. But again, that first start, wavered into the 3.
68.
Doesn't bring it down as much as he would have hoped.
99. Brown Ricard, 121.
Nothing really between the two at the moment. Just 1 treble required for a dart at the ball.
The dart at the
87.
ball pitched wide.
135.
That was perfect in the ball. It's Tots to the 135.
115. Brown
Great
Ricard,
effort there
34.
from Paul Lewis, but Raman with choices. Chooses to split.
2.
Does
For
not
the car,
hit.
20.
And so double 10
Game shot
for
on
the
the second
breaker
leg.
throw
Paul
and a
Lewis.
2-0 lead. And Paul Lewis is halfway towards a victory, which you'd
Third
say
leg,
on
Paul
the
through first.
evidence of
Game
play today is well deserved.
on. 85.
What I would say about Brian is the last time he was here was a disappointing week, and
94.
there was times where he let that frustration just eke over a little bit. Even during the frustrating parts of the day, Brian has kept himself composed,
134.
kept himself still in tune with things, and now I think that's why he's harboring better results today than he did last time. I think from
49.
that perspective, here's a much more positive outlook. He looks like he's in a better place with things as well.
But not in this game, he's not. He is in
180.
big trouble.
100. Paul Ricard, 102.
Time on his side. No disaster at all. The maximum
42.
The shot before has given him such a gap in the scoreboard that he's got the luxury of time at the back end of the leg.
122. Polokar 60.
This for free zip. Tops. Open bed, double 10.
Game shot in the third
And
leg.
Paul Lewis at that 15 darts moves himself 3-0 to the good. A leg away from
Paul
picking up
McEwan
his
is
first win
first.
on that
Game on.
stage. Now this could be a different feeling for Paul because, okay, he found himself in front against
55.
Timothy Verboort and lost that game, but Paul has got breathing space to pick up his first win. And this possibly could go one of two ways.
60.
Well, the only danger here for Paul Lewis is he's now in a position where he's going to have
59.
something to lose. Because right now, it's looking like he's going to get the job done. And as soon as you start to think that,
100.
you've only got something to lose, and when the opponent starts coming back and starts winning legs and
125.
starts creeping the scoreline back, that's when you start to get that panic. He's just going to stay composed. He's going to have 2 legs here with the throw
134.
guaranteed. He may get it done in this leg.
92.
A man leaves himself on the fish, but Lewis can leave this much more handier. What did he give for another treble? Finds another treble to leave himself on 67.
140.
The man forced to find the fish.
170.
He could get the fish. Bullseye! Really tin,
Game shot on the
Raman!
fourth leg. Brian
Really
Raman.
tin! The Riddler with a moment
Paul
of
to
magic
first.
at the live
Game on.
lounge.
And vital as well, Paul Lewis on a 2-darter. And that is the first big
27.
haymaker blow that Paul Lewis has been dealt in this game. Brian Raman pulls up the trousers, tightens the belt and says, let's go.
58. $32.
Well, that probably sums up Paul Lewis's day, doesn't it?
59.
Just when he thought maybe something's just coming to me. Raman does that.
96.
Finds a treble with the last dart in hand after some wayward darts. But Raman hasn't been able to
57.
cash in the opportunity. 27-32 from Paul Lewis with the opening 6 darts, and he's been getting away with it here. Maybe the bit of fortune that he feels has
140.
been working against him throughout the day.
It's almost as if the adrenaline's kind of peaked at one point and then just really come back down here for Brian. Because again, Paul Lewis is in a situation where he's 6 darts away from winning this contest.
93.
This has been a decent opportunity for Raman to try and get one of the breaker throws that he's going to need, but been
60.
unable to find a
Polokar
treble.
113.
He's had 5 visits to the board and not found a treble. He's in trouble.
Double 18 for the match.
77.
And that would have been to 1 over ton topper, but he is going to return for 3 in hand to double 16.
Still looking for his first treble.
56.
Unable to find one in
Polokar
18
56.
darts.
And this is to get a win, which has been well deserved today. Double 14. Oh, he's miscounted. I think he thought it was in the single 4. He thought it was in the single 4. And by virtue,
No score.
he has bust the score. He can't believe it.
Polokar 154.
And he won't believe it even more if Raman hits the 154.
94.
Imagine if he celebrated that as
Polokar
well.
36.
Compose yourself. And
Game
fire
showing
home the
forward.
double 18 for your first win on the Modus Super Series stage. Paul Lewis is a victor. It's a win that he's deserved. And look at the relief on his face. A little bit of a moment there. We've all been there, Paul. We've all been there. Good contest. Really enjoyed that match. Raman with the 170 to keep the match alive. But it's Paul Lewis who picks apart the Riddler to seal a 4-1 win. Coming up next, Scott Taylor and Neil Duff. This could well be an epic. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have approached our penultimate match of the day, and we're just getting our breath back from the previous encounter. Prime Man hit the big fish, but yet lost 4-1 to Paul Lewis, who picked up his first win on the Super Series stage. And now, rounding off their campaigns, Scott Taylor and Neil Duff. If Taylor wins, he moves on to 8 points. If Neil completes victory in this fixture, then there'll be a four-way tie on 6 points. However, that will be temporary because the winner of the last game between McEwan and Verboort will move on to 8.
99.
Now, Scott was immaculate in his previous game against Timothy. Average 101.15, 4 from 7 on the doubles. And Neil Duff starts this game in perfect style.
58.
I think Neil Duff would probably leave here frustrated. Because the day started so well for him, picking up the first 2 victories, and your mind starts to run away with you. Start to think about what the day's going to look like, and if you're going to run away with a card, if you're going to be leaving top of the table. And there's a danger here that he may be leaving in the bottom half of the table, should he not be able to register the win here against Scott Taylor.
Tell you what, Matt, I'm going to be genuinely disappointed when we have to go home today, because I've thoroughly enjoyed the second half of this session. Well, you're not going home, you're going back to a hotel room, but I'm going to be disappointed because I've really enjoyed today. It's been a good day of darts. Could stay here for
38.
a couple more hours, really.
61.
Well, just think on Thursday and Friday, you get that chance to do so because we've got double days of darts on Thursday and
41.
Friday.
Neil Lucar,
Shame we're only here for the nights, isn't it? 138 for Duff.
$86. Scott Lucar, 120.
Can Taylor climb the ladder? There's the treble. Has to shovel across for the single. Now tops. Oh, that's superbly done by Scott Taylor. Had to readjust a couple of times, but fires his way into a 1-0 lead.
Game on.
The 120 is added to the 130 in his Ton Plus collection today.
140.
He's playing like an absolute menace right now, Scott Taylor.
$100. $100. $43. $140.
It was a real feature earlier on, weren't it, for Scott Taylor when he had that really good game with Timothy Verboort. The 140 hitting.
58. Scott Lucar, 121.
Continuing those two power treble visits.
69. Neil Lucar, 160.
Return for 52 unless Duff can find tops.
140.
Just couldn't quite
Scott Lucar, 52.
line that last dart up.
It's the second time today he's missed tops for the 160 Neil Duff.
12. Neil
Taylor
Lucar,
joins
20.
the missing tops party.
Double five. Oh, that's a beautiful dart. The perfect guide for Duff to level up.
Third leg Scott to throw first. Game on. $135. $35. $100. $40.
No real attack here for Neil Duff on the Scott Taylor throw. Taylor just able to cruise at the moment. Taylor doesn't need to find the breaker throw.
44.
He's thrown first
Scott
in this
Lucar,
game.
132.
Neil Duff is the man seeking the break. Doesn't start on the bullseye here. Scott
56.
Taylor doesn't need to. He's got time on his hands.
Just felt like today's just beginning to fizzle out for Neil Duff.
81. Scott Lucar, 76.
Taylor getting better as the day goes along. He wished he could start over again with that first game. Double four.
68.
It's not a bad miss when you consider how far in front he is. It's better to miss that side than on the inside.
Well, it's not too little. It's the biggest you can hit, but it might be too late here for Neil Duff, and it is too late.
Scott Taylor.
He found the maximum visit. But Scott Taylor was already at the line and just steps across and holds on to his throw.
And it's funny when there's a sense of urgency all of a sudden that he pins first time of asking.
41.
And that visit of 41 has opened up the door here for Scott to really take command of this game. 140 here. He's taken the darts off of Neil, and suddenly he becomes a big favourite in this contest.
$100.
Get the sense Neil Duff is going to have to ride out this Scott Taylor storm.
30.
However, chance has arisen here.
$80. $43.
Just when it looked like the game was catching fire, is as quickly as it's become a little bit of a stalemate in this fourth leg.
100.
Tom puts Duff close to finishing range. Taylor can leave himself on a finish with a 140, but he ain't going to do that.
39.
Duff will be praying for a 140. Leave him on tops.
60.
But his prayers have been left unanswered. Although he has left himself on a finish that Scott Taylor's already taken out in this contest.
29. Neil the car, 120.
It seems that the player who throws first has a easy, uncontested lead. That seems to be the pattern of play.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Neil Duff.
Neil Duff with a nice 120 finish to
The
add
Scots is through first. Game
to
on.
his 112 and the 110 he's already hit so far today.
So 2 apiece it is. Big game for the pair.
60.
Taylor wins. He moves on to 8 points. There's a guarantee of one other player being on that mark at the end of the day because Jim and Timothy were playing our last game of the session. If Neil can win
85.
this game, then he'll move on to 6 points level with Scott. I mean, there'll be an outright leader on 8. However, you'd have 3 players in the chasing pack on 6
44.
points apiece. And it would mean that Paul Lewis and Brian Raman wouldn't be out of the picture, but they would have to have at least a 4 win from 5. Probably go through the card tomorrow to get themselves into position. This definitely has the
60.
air of a group where we could have 4 players bang in the race, and then you've got 2 players at the bottom of the pile who could play the role of disruptor.
100.
Surely, that's begging for a max.
180.
There was only ever going to be one outcome.
But this time, unlike the last time Scott Taylor had the throw, it was uncontested, it was unchallenged, it was comfortable. It's not going to be the case now. Neil Duff sat on a 2-darter.
92. Neil the car,
And now
76.
Scott Taylor is hoping for a mistake from Neil Duff. Hoping he doesn't pin this tops.
36.
And
Scott
his
the
wish
car,
is his
65.
command. And he could take command of this game if he can find this 65. Tops. For
Getting shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg.
And
Scott
Taylor is a leg away.
6 leg Neil to throw first. Game on. $180.
Third max of the game, that for Neil Duff. 4th in total.
41.
3-1 in favour of Duff, but he'd be hoping that the legs column was the one of which he was leading. They are the deciding factor that give you the points.
81. 60. $100.
Well, Scott Taylor has been absolutely nowhere in this leg.
100. Near the car, 140. $60.
Duff will return for 80 after 12 to send us all the way to a last leg decider. Remember, he lost the last leg decider in his previous match to Brian Raman, and that was from behind. And top stops initially, looking for it with the last dart in hand.
60.
Can't find it at all.
A long way back. Again, Scott Taylor not doing much on the
100.
Duff throw.
20.
He doesn't have to. He's just got to hold.
Getting shot on the
That
sixth
is
leg.
where we go. We go all the way to a last leg decider.
Seventh and final leg. Scott to throw first. Game on.
Can Taylor find one of those 140s that he's found so many times today?
140.
Yes, is your emphatic answer.
But Duff offering the resistance.
140.
Both throwing the kitchen sink at one another, and that could be a lethal mistake from Scott Taylor there.
Just an unfortunate miss, that one. All three touching the top wire.
43.
Gets away with the situation.
What he'd give for his 6th 140 of this contest right about now. Needs a treble.
59.
Needs a treble. He's on out. He's without one since that 140 of his first turn. Duff desperately trying to take
100.
command of the situation. That last dart at treble could be huge in the context of things. However, Taylor with the advantage of throw, and he's letting it slip visit by visit, and he leaves himself on 161. Oh, this is class.
125. Scott car 161.
This would be the classiest way to win the match. The 161 isn't going to go, and so Duff will return for 93 to
78.
win what's been a
93.
topsy-turvy contest. Goes the bullseye route. But he's not going to get a poke back at the little red bit, and so Taylor's going to return for 83 to win this game.
53. Scott car 83.
2 in hand, a double 16. Now double 8. And Scott Taylor makes it 4 wins from 5 on his opening day. He comes back from a 4-0 defeat in his opening game against Jim McEwan to run the card from there and get the better of Neil Duff, who started the day well. He won his first 2, but then went on to lose his final 3. That is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Taylor an average under 83, Duff an average of 87, 4 180s in the contest. Scott Taylor 4 from 8 on the doubles, including a 120 checkout apiece. We now into our final game of the session. Jim McEwan up against Timothy Verboort. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to start the final game of this Monday afternoon session. It sees Timothy Verboort and Jim McEwan go toe-to-toe. The victor will move on to 8 points, joint top of the table. They would go top of the table because of legs difference over Scott Taylor overnight, who got the better of Neil Duff in a last leg decider, 4-3 in our previous match before the break. It was a game that really did ebb and flow, but it is Scott Taylor, the former champion, who recovered from that full zip defeat to Jim McEwan in his first game and responded well to end the day.
First leg, Jim did through first.
8 points to his name.
Game
well,
on.
McEwan started with a big win. How's he going to end the day? Up against Timothy, who his only defeat of the day came to the hands of Scott Taylor. And Taylor averaged in excess of a ton in that match. Timothy 93-46, 2 from 4 in the
100.
doubles. His best performance was that 4-0 win against Neil Duff in the middle of the day, where he averaged 100.2. 4 from 7 on the outer ring, including a ton out shot.
100.
He had that 107, didn't he, to beat Paul Lewis in a last leg decider. After Paul missed a couple of darts, a double 16 himself to get over the line. What will be your appraisal and assessment of Jim McEwan's day?
I think he's been okay. He's certainly got better as it's gone on, hasn't he? The last 2 games for McEwan have been
60.
Really solid. He's just one of those players that they're so hard to read. You tend to find that when you're watching someone who's a bit more methodical, a bit slower, they can play really well and it goes unnoticed.
82.
And I think that might be the case really with McEwan in the last couple of games, because he's averaged 95 across those 2 matches. But we've not really spoke about that too much, where there's someone with a bit more pace about them. Let's say a Scott Taylor was running 95 for the last couple of fixtures. We'd probably highlight that quite high and say he's up at his sort of A-game standard.
But Jim's made it very clear in the past that he couldn't care any less about other people's
59.
opinions. The only thing that matters is how he feels he plays. Which I think is the right attitude to have, because it can be very easy to be swamped by other people's thoughts.
Jim McCall 120.
And McEwan's the only player not to have a ton plus checkout today, and the 120 has been the most likely ton plus checkout to go. It's been taken a couple of times.
$60. Timothy McCall 110.
And ball for tops there with 90 left in hand to Timothy. And so McEwan back for hopefully a couple of
45.
darts himself at tops, providing dart 1 stays
60.
straight. Indeed, he will get his couple at tops. And use that first dart as a perfect guide to bump it off a dart 2. McEwan leads 1-0.
We spoke about the advantage of those darts that Jim McEwan uses, those tapered barrels down to the nose. That's what you can do with those, where with a more straight dart or one of the bomber style darts, you may have got a deflection in that
60.
situation. With this, it can just ride the dart. Very hard to throw, but if you can, it is such an advantage.
Well, again, another case in point right there.
100. $93. $140.
Tom 40 there for McEwan has put himself in a real good spot against throw.
60.
Perfect dart for McEwan.
$140.
Uses it with the last dart in hand. Solid leg of darts from McEwan. Back-to-back 140s and a ton. Completely outscoring Timothy here.
82.
Average.
Jimmy Carr 121.
Creeping up towards the ton.
Triple 20 leaves himself double 18. I'm going to go on this occasion, but what he is going to do is leave himself in a great suit, perfect suit upon his return to leave double 8.
$140. Jimmy Carr 16.
McEwan hits this. He's in dreamland here.
Down to the bottom end of the bed here, you feel, and finds it well.
Leg, Jim McEwan.
McEwan's playing good, isn't he? He's playing well, and this is what we'd be hoping for after having some time away from the game.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
Really coming back with some good fire. Making him hungry once again.
Don't forget, back tomorrow morning, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. And don't forget, in the meantime, there's plenty of bonus content available there. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
135.
Plenty of bonus content from the live lounge here in Portsmouth.
$51.
Don't forget, if you didn't tune in to the
60.
Top of the programme this morning, Kevin Painter unfortunately has withdrawn from this week's event and will be replaced by the Gibraltarian Craig Galliano, who will make his debut here at the Live Lounge. In fact, he'll be the first Gibraltarian player to play
59.
at the Super Series / Live League.
$26.
This will be a long-awaited debut for Nolan van Leuven on Thursday night as well in Group B. That should be an entertaining group, 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. But McEwan here going through the gears and looking to gear himself up into a 3-0 lead.
$100. Jim Carr 71.
It's tops.
51.
It's not 3-0 just yet.
$100. Jim Carr 20.
Double 10. Double 5.
15.
And Verboort now is creeping up on his shoulder.
Oh, that could have got tricky. He even hit the barrel.
40. Jim Carr
Very,
5.
very close to the bust.
You do anything to leave double 1.
Getting shot on the third leg.
That's
Jim
why.
McEwan.
3-0. Routine from Jim McEwan so far.
Fourth leg Timothy to throw first.
I suppose it is right next door to his favourite tops. And that sort of logic only really applies to people that like tops, that like the 5s and the 1s. You don't tend to find people that like double 16 who say, oh, I love double
46.
7. Looking to fill
$140.
it up for the second time in the game there, Jim McEwan. Instead finds his 5th score of 140 or more.
58.
I think when we go into the studio and we give our overriding assessment of the day, it was a case of a slow start for each one of the 6 players, but as the session's gone along, as 2 has the stand, and that's from top down, that's all 6. And McEwan here could be 6 darts away from completing a 4-0 win to round off the day's action. He began the day with a 4-0 win against Scott Taylor. He could bookend the session with drubbings.
$100.
And he's going to have time on his side for the 1-2-1.
There's just something so familiar, isn't there, about looking at a league table.
60.
Jim McEwan's name on the top of it.
Red ball first on the 1-2-1 because his opponent was all the way back.
56.
He'll leave himself on 65 upon his return. Average above 90.
57. Jim
And now
65.
potentially a couple of darts away from a 4-0 victory. Too good. He has been too good for the field. And he's going to end the day top of the pile. Jim McEwan began the day with a 4-0 win. He'll end the day with a 4-0 win. He gets the better with Timothy Verboort to nil, for whom he's going to have to end the day on 6 points in the group. That is how the game panned out statistically. McEwan average in the end just under 90, 40% on the doubles. Real good day for Chucky. It was a real good day for Scott Taylor in the end as well. They're the top 2 in the group. Myself and Matt are going to head next door and we're going to talk all about it. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Fair to say a very entertaining first day's action here at the Live Lounge. Myself and Matthew Egg have been watching every single dart in the commentary box on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen. It's been a session that really has ebbed and flowed. And at the end of it, it is Scott Taylor and Jim McEwan, the quality coming up to the boil in the end, winning 4 from 5. That was after Scott Taylor lost to Jim McEwan 4-0 in the first game of the session. Elsewhere, Neil Duff got off to a good start, but dovetailed towards the end, whilst Paul Lewis and Brian Raman have all got a win apiece. As I say, Matt is alongside me. Let's talk about the top 2. Let's talk first of all about Jim McEwan, because he was the man who just won that last game by 4-0. And as the day went along, just felt like the standard got better and better. It was a real streamlined day filled with good darts.
And let's not just single out Jim McEwan for that narrative, because actually I think the whole group did that. They got better as the day went on. We expected a lot early on from this group, with 4 players in here that you would say are big hitters and 2 players in here that we've seen a lot of promise from. And Jim McEwan ultimately coming away top of the table, and that was just because he found that little bit extra. He started to get into that sort of mid-90s range on a consistent basis, which is kind of where we thought you'd need to be to really dominate one of these days with the quality that we've got in the field. But it just took us a little time to get going. Is that a Monday morning thing where maybe the players just feeling it out, or do we have a group that sort of need a game or 2 to get going? It'll be really interesting to see what happens at the start of play tomorrow.
Particularly with Jim, we spoke to him before the show began at 9:30. He said he hasn't been playing much. He's been playing bits locally, but nothing as much as he usually would play. The fact he's had a very good day one under his belt, does that make him a real danger going forward?
As long as he sees it that way, and as long as he believes that, because Jim McEwan is one of these people that sort of analyse, but analyse from a negative point of view. So it could be quite easy for Jim McEwan to leave here and go, I still didn't feel like I was at my best. He's a player that seeks perfection. And sometimes you've got to realise perfection's not achievable in this game. And actually, that was a really good day. He needs some good people around him to give him the right words of encouragement, because he's on track here and he could win another week.
Scott Taylor, the other player, on 8 points. Slow start against Jim, but towards the end was playing some really good stuff.
Slow start. I think that's what you could say about all the players. But Scott Taylor really did get going. We've seen him on that stage lifting trophies up in the air. He lifted the biggest one that we've got here up in the air, which is a series title. And the way he started today, it was almost worrying. He was down at a 71 average. That's not what you expect from Scott Taylor, and never really looked likely within that. Now, he's another player who said he's not really been playing a lot of darts recently, and it really did show in that first game. But I think the quality that he's got started to shine through as the day went on, and now we're getting to see the Scott Taylor that everyone looks forward to seeing here, because he's a big, big power scorer, and people love to watch that.
Timothy Verboort, the Belgian player, some real good performances in there today, and also at times got over the line in matches where maybe he wasn't at his best.
I was here last time Timothy was here, and I think I said at the end of that week, I want to see him again. I want to see how he'll do, but maybe in 6 months' time. And it's kind of hit that sort of timeline where he's had a few months away now from the Super Series, and he's come back an even more rounded player. I think he's going to be one of those players that we really see develop and grow. The action looks reliable. He doesn't look flustered. He doesn't get carried away with the emotion, doesn't get drawn into the game. And I think he's going to be a player that, come Saturday, I think we could see him playing a part.
Neil Duff, he'll be disappointed by the end of the day, won't he?
Yeah, Neil Duff would have expected more. He'd have wanted more, especially the way it started. It started so well for Neil Duff. A couple of shots just going against him. He had 2 chances at the 160, just pulling it low with the last dart in hand. A guy that's so close to doing so well today, but didn't quite get what he will feel would be his rewards.
Well, Paul Lewis got his first win on the Super Series stage today on his debut day. There were some really, really good sides of him. However, he did treat us to one of the more comedic moments of the day, shall we say. When he was going for his first win in that last game against Raman, thought that was a single 4, not a double 4. Double 14 was what he wanted. He hit the double 16, he busts the score. However, all's well but ends well. He had a little bit of a moment where he thought what was going on there, and finally hits the double 18.
Yeah, I think he would have known it was clearly in the double 4. It's just the mind. You just see the 4 and you just automatically go on autopilot. You go to the 16s. I think it was one of those, that was his first win on the Super Series stage, and he thought he'd won it the shot before. Imagine he had celebrated. Now, part of me kind of wishes that happened. He gave it the big celebration, a bit like Glenn Durrant at the Isle of Man. But we didn't get that. So we got half of the comedic moment, and thankfully he got over the line in the end for a deserved win, because he's played so well today without really getting that reward.
Yeah, Glenn Durrant, who beat Chris Lamman in that particular final. Right, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play. And as you can see, Jim McEwan and Scott Taylor, the 2 former champions, top of the pile, 8 points apiece. Timothy on 6, Neil Duff on 4. Now, you'd expect tomorrow Neil to have a really good day, because one thing he does do very well here is grow into a week.
I think you could say that about any of these players, really. We've seen enough from them today that if any of those players go through the card, I'm not going to be surprised. There's nothing that's going to surprise me tomorrow. If we get the same we had as today of results being shared around, no surprise whatsoever. Someone's going to step up tomorrow and take your pick at which player you think it's going to be.
Shall we make it a date tomorrow morning?
I wish you'd reword that.
Shall we reconvene here?
Yes, we'll do that.
We'll reconvene here tomorrow morning. Matt, thank you for your company today. Thank you as well for your company at home. What an exhilarating, exciting, fantastic first day we have seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And at the end of it, it is McEwan and Taylor, the 2 former champions, who comprise the top 2 spaces. And they cannot be matched. 8 points each to their name. We'll see you tomorrow.